Okay, we're back. Now, I'm not sure if we are. Oh, it looks like we are live. Great. Awesome. Okay, so sorry about that. And we're definitely live now. And I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Third time's a charm. Sorry about that once again. You're muted. Thanks, Daryl. Yeah, we had a bit of a whoopsie earlier. Gonna go ahead and blame my excitement over ChatGPT on that one right now. You good, Doovid?
Yeah,
I can
so
hear you. Go
hopefully,
ahead.
hopefully we're live. Ironically, okay, yeah, it's showing up. So I'll reshare that. Well, I don't know if anyone I share with even watches this, but okay. Well, good to be back. Hope everyone had a good week. Today's the first night of Hanukkah, so I already lit my candle. It already went out. It's been sundown here in Metro Detroit relatively early, like a little past 5 o'clock. So I lit my candle a few hours ago. But happy Hanukkah to everybody. The first night and the eighth night will be next week. So hopefully everything is working.
Yeah, I just realized I'm not even sharing the thing right now. Not even sharing the.
Everything.
It just totally died, and now it has to be brought back. Might as well do that now. All right, so we've got to grab the exact same. There we go.
Yeah, I see the Crucible there is doing their begging for money stream in order so Andrew could buy himself a computer, but because his computer does not technologically good enough to run his programs. So God forbid Jennifer's
It's a
had.
never-ending sync, because the bottleneck oftentimes is not your own computer. In my case, it is, due to my, Don Juan DeMarco-esque penetration of technology, but in a lot of cases, it's not the case.
Okay, I mean, well, God forbid you should be able to figure it out and be able to stream regularly without tech issues, but if there's financial considerations
It's
or
not it's a technical limitation and where I am. Sorry.
okay, so that shows something random. So anyone in North America maybe has heard of Corbeil's Coulier, which is the most difficult ski slope in all of North America. The most expert, I mean, possibly it's known as the most famous expert ski run in all of North America.
Oh, is that what
And
you were asking me to pronounce before?
Coulier
It's
or
couloir.
Coulier, I don't know why.
I don't know if there is a wa sound in it. Yeah, in English, it would be like ah. The r is almost silent, but not quite.
Yeah, I don't even know why it's French. I mean, Couloir is
It's like corridor.
yeah. So I mean, in mountaineering, I guess I'm not sure if it's a generic word for corridor or refers specifically to mountain skiing. So when I was younger, our family vacationed this time of year. The Christmas break when we were in school, um, middle school, and while the Christmas break, we'd went out to Jackson Hole a few different years, and in the Tetons, and there's also Vail, Colorado. There's Squaw Mountain. There's a few popular ski places, but this one's probably one of the most famous. I don't know if anyone in the chat is a skier or is familiar with this, and so when you take the Jackson Hole. You take the trolley, and it takes you up the top. There's 4,000 feet vertical of skiing from the bottom to the top. And I've been to the top, but I didn't go down Corbet's Cool. I went down. All of them are I guess you know Black Diamond when you go up to the top there. But this is the most probably one of the most famous ski things, and they have international challenges. So I haven't been skiing, and I went skiing once, like 10 years ago, and then besides that, I haven't been skiing for like 20 years. And God forbid getting old. I don't even know if I mean I could probably ski still. I haven't tried it, but I assume I'd be able to ski. But I'm getting old and out of shape, so I don't know if I'd be able to ski Jackson Hole or go to the top, maybe. But just bringing back some memories. I think it's something random to show. So here you could see the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, some expert skiing. So been watching some of these videos of Jackson Hole skiing, and yet it's not even triple diamond. Like the it doesn't even have diamonds. It's actually open to the public. Sometimes you go down, but I mean it'd be extremely dangerous. It's almost like a cliff, and for hundreds of feet it's like 70 degree. There's actually another one here that has like an 80-foot drop off that some expert skiers will jump down, and then it's like a 70 degrees slope for hundreds of feet. So it's not even like a triple X. It's like a stunt, or like a professional skier. Like you could be extremely injured if you're not not even an expert skier, because generally I was a
Yeah, the
proficient enough.
whole go down the hill and the pizza slice, kneeling down or bending your knees, that type of vibe. The whole pure ice sheet.
Yeah, I'm saying like I'm a proficient enough skier that I could get down very difficult slopes, maybe slowly, and you know how to stop. And even very difficult slopes, if you go basically side to side, crisscrossing the mountains, even if it's a section that's very steep, even like say 50 to 60 degrees, extremely steep. And I was younger, where you almost have to jump to make the turn. So you that if you try turning and then you get headed straight down the mountain, and then you start going down, you're going to pick up massive speed, and you could run into something, do a severe injury. So it's been so long since I've skied. You do like a jump turn in order that your skis are not risking going straight down the slope. And in a case like this, you wouldn't really have that option. And so I just show that, and you could see videos of world famous skiers um, doing like flips and crazy stuff off of there. Jackson Hole, Corbet's Couille. So I was just watching some ski videos occasionally. Okay, random. So this week at the Royal Society with this man spoken there before, Andrew Sildo, about hydrogen, and redoing some classical experiments. And he gets really into his experiments, and very excited about science. Some of it was minorly interesting. Um, Here, a real engineering about helion nuclear fusion. So this is just a form of nuclear fusion, but it was in the news this week. It was big news with the breakthrough in nuclear fusion. Here you can see another video, math and science. I didn't watch this one. I didn't know this channel, but it was, from what the newspaper said, it was the first time that they got more energy out of a nuclear fusion reaction than they've put in. They've successfully, and I've shared some stuff about nuclear fusion a few times over the last few years, but generally that it's taken more energy to cause a fusion reaction than that's gotten out of it. And so here, I think it's like deuterium, like the water, the heavy water with like the extra um, proton, and that's usually what they use for fusion. And they shine like 200 high-powered lasers at it to start the fusion reaction, and it released more energy than they put in, which theoretically is a big advancement, and that possibly even the experts said it would take decades, like 10, 20 years, till they would be able to engineer that to make energy production, and theoretically would be much safer, that as opposed to uranium, that it wouldn't risk nuclear meltdown and various things. So it was interesting. The fusion, did you see, was that in the papers that make news near you too? I think it was Los Alamos Labs in Arizona that did
I
it.
heard about it. Great. It's sort of like, I don't know. I almost got Doovid pilled on some, not Doovid pilled. Sorry, Daryl pilled on some of that stuff in the sense that like I write some more of it off as hype than I used to, but I did hear about it. So do you actually think it's a significant breakthrough?
Um, yeah, I don't know if it was a breakthrough. I don't know if it was an engineering feat or a physics. I think it was more an engineering feat. So I mean, it was a breakthrough in the sense that they
Hey, and welcome back.
got more energy out of the reaction than they put into it. Um, which it says an engineering feat. It wasn't like a new discovery in physics. They've known how to do fusion for decades now already, I think, and I'm not exactly sure, if they release the details to show what they did different, and why in this case now they finally got more energy than they put in, and then um, they also seem to indicate that it's still like at least a decade away from a fusion reaction. So I didn't see enough details to know exactly what the significance, what the difference in engineering. So it wasn't like a um, yeah, I mean, they said 200 lasers. I'm not sure if it was less energy than they put in, or if it was just a technique to access more of the energy. Or so I'm not exactly clear on the details, and I'm not sure how much they've released. I'll look more into it or see if more comes from it. And it could be it was like a one-off experiment, and we won't hear more for like another few months till they try something again. So I shared part one before, useful charts on is there an atheist personality type? And then he had done a survey of his viewers. And so this one was the Myers Briggs. And I mentioned that book that Luke was watching these videos from that Turkish woman. And so interesting that TPs and TJs are the most likely to be atheist, and introverts are more likely to be atheist than extroverts. And
That is really weird. I really don't endorse these types of classifications at all, but go ahead.
it's just a survey, so it was just a survey of um it's not even psychometric data. I mean, it's like the Myers-Briggs
It's
test is psychometric.
self-reported data. Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I just don't like the idea that these, like, I don't like how they apply these tests to work, to hiring people for jobs.
Yeah, man, I'm not sure if what you're saying makes any sense. So, I mean, there's just a study on.
You don't see the issues with profiling people. That's all I'm saying.
Yep, I don't know what that has to do with this. It's just because I'm mentioning this, you have to give your take on Myers-Briggs, or are you talking about the
It's
survey
just
of
suggesting some sort of
Myers-Briggs
a
test
link
to
there, and
atheism?
I don't like the suggestion that there's a link there.
That
But
there's a link
whatever.
between Myers-Briggs personality types and atheism?
Yeah, I guess. Beliefs in general.
Um, I mean, it could be replicated, but I mean, this is a general statistical survey where you have data and there's a strong correlation. I mean, if you're talking about the ethics of using it for job hiring or something like that, or that they use these
It's
in a
fine. Let's
home.
just keep going. We don't have to go into a big digression. No problem.
But yeah, I mean, saying this is a just a demonstration of a statistical correlation between Myers-Briggs type tests and atheism, and whatever it means. I mean, like if it's meaningful, maybe they'll do more tests. But there was a significant statistical correlation, and TPs are the most likely to be atheists, and introverts are more likely to be atheists than extroverts, and FJs are the least likely to be um, atheists. People with low agreeableness, so that's on the Myers Briggs, and then on the five factors, the agreeableness, low agreeableness makes a person more likely to be atheistic.
Oh, you didn't need to cite a study for that.
Well, yes, you did.
That's called a joke. Continue, please. I just,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, it's saying it might be obvious, there might be logic behind it, but no, I mean, study to show correlation, um, and it's a weak study if it's just voluntary information, or whatever the survey size of collection base. But I think it even had tens of thousands of sample size. So agreeableness, high agreeableness, less likely to be, and conscientiousness is inverse relation with atheism. So I thought that was minorly interesting. I'm not sure if there'll be continued studies on this. Like, he has a part three. When he first said it, he was going to do a three-part series. So it was a good few weeks ago where he did part one. So we'll see what's going to be in part three. Um, Richard Dawkins and Bill Maher on his podcast, and it wasn't really that interesting. Richard Dawkins doesn't seem to have that much of a sense of humor, and the conversation or whatever. But I watched it anyways, but it wasn't specifically that interesting. Sam Harris was on Bill Maher's podcast like 3 weeks ago, and Bill Maher was like severely kissing Sam Harris's ass. It was actually surprising, and he was like saying that Sam Harris is like unquestionably the best, like spoken and smartest person there is, and he likes Dawkins, read his book, and then ironically he had interviewed Dawkins to be part of a documentary he made on atheism, but he was cut from it because he wasn't interesting enough, and didn't think people would find it interesting, so he ended up being cut. And like the near 20 years ago when Mahler made a documentary, but it looks like Sam Harris had hooked up the show, and I guess Richard Dawkins in his 80s already. So I wouldn't even necessarily recommend that, but if you're, a big, whatchamacallit, if you're a big Richard Dawkins guy, you could follow that. So I did some streams on my channel. So here's Luke Ford's book, God Forbid, XXX Communicated, A Rebel Without a Shul by Luke Ford. It's just the new one. Okay, so I'm actually going to retweet and then delete the one I put in. So I streamed 2 times on my channel this week. I streamed, I'll get to that in a minute, Sabina Hassenfelder, your random. I mean, I guess it's somewhat positive that someone's doing it, and I guess she's just the most popular. I mean, there's all sorts of people posting random science videos why she's from the most popular, but she is. So I didn't even see, I guess she gave a TED Talk. I didn't even notice that till recently. TED Talk, the other side of physics. So I just saw this in the side. So Newcastle, is that Australia or London? Newcastle in
I'm not too
Australia?
sure, and I'm not going to push my luck by attempting to do Google searches right now.
Yeah, I think I just that just popped up in the side of the video that Newcastle. I mean, it might be in the UK. So I'm getting a soccer team. So I guess Newcastle's probably in the UK. But yes, Sabina Hassenfeld, they're regular. So Veritasium, I think that's actually the most popular physics channel on YouTube. Veritasium. They had something interesting: how to measure the tiniest particles. So, I mean, Sabina Hassenfelder makes more video. Veritasium only makes like a short video every few weeks. So this was somewhere like in the UK, uh, lab measurements connected to like I forget what institutes for, when they first created the metric system, they actually had official weights and standards that they use to test things, and then the new way of testing it based on Planck's constant and various techniques. And it was interesting. They said that the standards of the original weights from like 100 years ago now weigh different amounts. So I don't know, the exact physics or decay on what would have caused the weights to differ, like how exactly were in the first place, or certain things would have caused the masses to be different. So for micro weights, they actually have weights and scales or various things. So it was a little bit interesting. Veritasium said they're the most popular um, physics explanatory medium on YouTube. So here is um, Wendover, another popular YouTube explanatory video. This one was how on sports betting industry quietly consumed America. It was a little bit of the history in terms of gambling, the regulation, the allowance of sports betting, and then also like demographically that sports betting, poor people lose more money. So you look at it as like a transfer of wealth from poor people to rich people because they're generally large publicly traded corporations that run the betting. And here was a graphic just showing counties, but showing that people in poorer counties lose much more money gambling than people in richer counties, God forbid. Um, so yeah, I streamed twice this week. I did the tour of my library, my Jewish biography books, and then I just did,
Congratulations.
yeah, on Wednesday, and then I figured I wanted to finish up. I had so many Jewish books that like I'd originally thought I was going to try to do them all in one stretch, but I went like almost 3.5 hours, and so I did Thursday another stream, another 2.5 hours, and hopefully I'm going to finish my Jewish books this week on Wednesday, and then I was actually thinking about starting another weekly stream that would be some sort of Judaic topic, maybe like a Jewish history or a topic. So it's possible I'll start that this week, Thursday. Um, but if people like Jewish books, I went over hundreds of them. Jewish history books, also my architecture and various social, books. And I think for the first time ever, I did YouTube clips. So I was looking at my video. I made 2-minute clips, and I guess you could only make a clip a mini. Uh, so I was just looking at my video, and I saw it had a clip option. So down here, clip. So I looked and I saw you could clip it. So I made two YouTube clips my first time.
It looks
Um,
like it's pretty straightforward.
yeah, pretty straightforward how to do it. So it was the first time ever doing it. So I made 2 clips. You dare? I'm not sure if poor people are less lucky than rich people. I think poor people are more likely to gamble than rich people. Um, rich people, whatever reasons, and gambling, if it's correlated to IQ or just knowledge, that the odds are against you. I mean, sports betting, maybe you could use some sort of knowledge, but you like with the spread and the house cut, where the odds are just against you, that if you gamble long term, statistically, you're going to lose. So wealthier people would be more likely to just not gamble because they realize it's a bad bet, as or for whatever reason. But I think that say that poor people actually gamble more than rich people. Elon Musk right now is doing a poll, and I actually voted on it. Said no, but should I step down as head of Twitter? Says it will abide by the result. And right now, close to 5 million votes, and close to 60% of people say Elon Musk should step down. So we'll see what happens. It could be Elon Musk will.
Why would he do that? Oh my god. Like, I don't like to, imagine, oh, what would I do if I was such and such, but if I was the head of Twitter, it'd be the last thing I would ever do. He just democratically ousted himself.
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean he's going to give up.
He's put himself in a lose-lose situation.
No, no, I mean it's not. I mean, stepping down is he's still owner. So I mean, he will. You'll pick someone other than himself to run it. So I mean, just like Tesla, like people are saying you should step down, but I mean, it could relieve the burden from himself, and there's probably people more competent to run it than him, and they would run it on his behalf. So I'm not sure that it's a big deal. So I mean, if he steps down, he would still be the majority shareholder, and would be able to tell the person he chooses to run it how he wants it run, or to get rid of them if he wasn't happy with it, and like relatively um, he could probably find someone with much more expertise in such a thing than himself. So and we will see. I'm not sure how many votes he's had in some of these past polls, so there's already close to 5 million votes. I mean, it's remotely possible that things will shift, but yeah, so it looks like he probably will end up stepping down, and we'll see who he gets to head Twitter and what kind of difference that makes. I've noticed my Twitter followers has went up to like 430. Some of them were people like I saw E. Michael Jones follows me. A handful of people that probably been banned are back on and follow me. Another account. So, but my follower count is up a tiny bit. Um, so here's Jennifer's big thing. So this is Cold Fusion, another probably like one of the top 10 science YouTube channels out there. Almost 4 million subs. It's time to pay attention to AI, Chat GPT, and beyond. So Chat GPT is less than like 2 months old, and people are saying it's a real game changer in AI. I was mentioning already 6 months ago that um, chatbots are the highest functioning of all AI, but there's also beyond and graphical, and Cold Fusion
So
saying
that
that.
wasn't more in the context of like getting help from a website, like as a business kind of thing. When we were talking about the chatbots, wasn't that the context? We weren't thinking of using it in like information. I don't know, tech
Well,
or
I was saying that
information.
AI, yeah, that's what existed months ago, where you could have downloaded a chat box, an AI chat box, and you could program it a little bit. So those were available. So Chat GPT, but those were pretty advanced already 6 months ago for chatbots. Um, chat. GPT is different, it's more advanced. And according to Sam Altman and Cold Fusion, is that they expect exponential improvement in the technology in the next year. So, however good it is now, expect it to be exponentially better
Yeah.
in.
If there's anything that exponential curves have taught us, it's that they can go on forever unabated.
Yeah, and then so um, check that video out, and we'll see Jennifer is pounding away, spending her time with Chat GPT. Maybe we'll look at some of her work. Um, this was a random article in a Jewish blog. The death of the Baal Tshuva movement, which means kind of like born again Jews. And there was a period of time where like Doooovid, like secular or reform conservative Jews were becoming Orthodox, and the tide seems to have stemmed. So there's interesting statistics that um, there's only about 2,000 Jews that become Orthodox each year, and they say the number has been constant like since the 70s. So there's people who like promote Judaism, and because Judaism's more promoted to fellow Jews, that um, even though there's like up to 10,000 people doing what's called kiruv, the numbers are not increasing of the people who are becoming born again Jews. So it's interesting. And here was another study on the state of Jewish outreach. So there was a period of time Orthodox Judaism was on the rise and appears to be stymied, although Orthodox Judaism continues to rise due to the high birth rate. So in Israel, politics and other factors, but from non-Orthodox Jews choosing Orthodoxy, um, although they still might be choosing Orthodox rabbis. So it's interesting dynamic. Um, I just thought I'd share that. Anyone who follows Judaism would talk about it. I shared it with Luke, or but I just thought I'd share that. Um, I was reading this history of atheism, and this I've heard the name before. I hadn't looked it up that much, and they were talking about Nikolai Mellenbranch, who was a priest, and I guess is a big name in post Descartes dualism. That from philosophically saying he tries to synthesize Saint Augustine and Descartes and modern day dualism to some extent. You call it like Cartesian substance dualism, but from a religious view, you you could even call it Melon Branch dualism, who was a French Catholic priest, and his um, read this real quick. Mellenbach followed Augustine in his description of intellectual knowledge and his approach to mind-body problems. He began as a follower of Descartes, but in contrast to Descartes, who considered it possible to form a clear and distinct idea of the mind, Mellenbach argues in Dialogues on Metaphysics, a dialogue between Theodore and Aristides, that we do not have a complete conception of the powers of the mind, and thus no clear conception of the nature of the mind. I'm unable, when I turn to myself, to recognize any of my faculties or my capacities. The inner sensation which I have of myself informs me that I think, that I will, that I have sensory awareness, that I suffer, and so on, but it provides me no knowledge whatever or what I am of the nature of my thought, my sensation, my passions, or my pain, or the mutual relations that obtain between all these things. I have no idea whatever of my soul. This leads Theodore to declare that I am not my own light to myself. The nature of my own minds is highly obscure. What is more, with regard to psychophysical interaction, Mellenbrock argues that the body could not act on mind, nor mind on body. The only active power is God. When I will that my arm should rise, my volition is the occasion or the occasional cause of the movement of my arm. The efficient cause of both my volition and the movement of my arm is God. Mellenbrock's doctrine, which could be found in contemporary commentaries on Aristotle and which has first appeared in certain Arab philosophers, is therefore called occasionalism. So, in general, occasionalism is the view that there's no efficient causes in the full sense other than God. Created things are at best occasions for divine activity. Bodies and minds act neither on themselves nor on each other. God alone brings about all the phenomenon of nature and mind. Changes occur in created things will exhibit regularities because God, in creating the world, observes what Mellenbrock calls order. So, a little bit interesting. He's also made notable contributions to physics and was part of the Royal Academy of Science on light and color and frequencies and optics, the law of motion. So it could be that I'm actually a more Mellenbrockian dualist. So that's it. I had I guess, a smaller week in review. Um, this week, you have computer issues?
Is there something wrong with the stream? Is that what you're asking, or what?
Well, if you want to go over the,
I just want to make sure
uh,
there's nothing wrong with the stream. Are you trying to tell me there's something wrong with the stream, or no? Are we okay? Is the stream okay?
I think the stream's okay, and I was wondering if your computer is going to crash if you wanted to go over those files that you sent me,
Yeah.
and if you're not going to be able to open up from your computer.
Oh no, I can open those. I can definitely. The problem was that I left Microsoft Word open. That was the real issue, and it's closed now, so won't have that problem again. Let's just resize this. Thanks everyone for your patience, especially Doooovid. All right, here we go. Thanks,
Okay, one
chat,
second.
for letting us know.
I'll be back in 1 second. You go ahead. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
All right, I can just mention what I was doing right before the show, which partly caused me to be late. Oops, sorry about that. There we go. I was using it for, I didn't even realize, and this isn't even ChatGPT, this is something else, but I realized you can like prompt it for more than just the list of things that it suggests as prompts. Excuse me. So they were just suggestions, and I had just been using the suggestions because I don't even really know, like, well, the people who watch the show probably know, like, that I don't really know what it is exactly that's wrong with my writing. And so part of the reason for the show is to, like, talk to people here and Doooovid and get inspiration for where to go. So anyway, back to what I was doing just before the show was using it and in a capacity that I discovered somewhat accidentally. And by somewhat, I mean entirely accidentally. I realized that I could prompt it for lists of things and ordered information that it happened to have. Basically, immediately started asking what people were using for prompts, and it was only giving me 10 at a time. So then I asked Now, what are the 11 to 20th most popular prompts for uh, prompt to image AI? And these were the keywords that came out of it. So I thought that was interesting. I didn't know if they were just generic or what, but there did seem to be some interesting information here, at least about, this is what people consider aesthetic in the sense that they want to look at it. And then I have the three articles, or sorry, the two articles, as well as a commentary, because I was sort of curious, like, is it going to be able to test my proofs or my logical derivation things? And it was able to, so I'll share that too. Yeah, and then I had some memes that I made with it. Let's see here. So this was meant to be like a cheer up, but I also had a bunch of funny ones. So I got into like asking it to analyze why memes were funny and trying to see like if it got some of them right or wrong or what. It's probably right on about 60% of the cases. So I'm really curious how close it can get to kind of parameterizing humor. And I thought it was pretty funny because this image popped into my head. Like I kept mentioning ChatGPT, and my husband's like, "What the hell?" ChatGPT, whatever. And so I just thought of that meme. I also paid money, God forbid, to generate images, and it ends up being about trying to remember, because it automatically makes four. Like you can't just have it make one; you have to make four. So I think then that, yeah, I've forgotten already how much that costs, but it. Okay, wait, I think that's $1. No, sorry, I'm remembering it wrong. I have no idea. No, that's one credit. Excuse me, and one credit is. That's where my memory's a little bit fuzzy. But anyways, a couple cents per image, I think it ends up being. I guess you haven't looked into any of these, David.
No.
They're interesting. Like I haven't really tried to see how far I can push the prompts. And it seems like there's just a couple of types of prompts that really work really good. Like basically stuff that it has more training data than it could ever want for whatever. So it's like something basically can really make really convincing looking things if you say to make it out of what is it? Wool, crochet, stitching, I guess. Because there's so many pictures. I guess people crochet things and then they want to take pictures. So if you go to train a model on that, it's great. Whereas if you're trying to adapt an oil painting, depicting somewhat obscure characters, depending on who you ask, you may get, any number of things. And that's what I've been really, well, I've been using it for a bunch of stuff. Like, obviously, I want to get my writing to not suck. And that's been a big thing for me for a while. But I think it's important to incorporate fun into the creative process to increase creativity, and making memes sort of helps that for me. So, yeah, I would recommend it to others if they want to give it a try. It's sort of unintentionally funny, quirky, interesting, whatever. It's always funny to watch the Hellions trying to meme and how hard it is to meme when it's Hegel stuff because it's also obscure and abstract. And I didn't even share this one yet because, like, I shouldn't feel like anyone's even going to get it. It's another shameless plug for my mathematical system. I just love seeing how they get better over time. Have you been following this stuff at all? The AI developments and whatnot. I've been following it for a while with the art because I'm really interested in that stuff.
Um, well, I've read some of the scientific papers, like I showed you that cold fusion, but I haven't really tried it or seen the output of it.
I was using it a whole bunch just to get a sense of how quickly the tech's evolving. And I made the mistake of having it generate memes. So that didn't end up working out too well. So when it's actually a really good way to see how the computer is quote thinking, even though it's not really thinking, because what we think of as thinking is a centralized thing done by one agent, whereas the computer is not restricted to a singular agent to collate information that it experiences. So I think it's always going to be the old anthropomorphism, but it's still fun to knowingly, I guess, anthropomorphize a super intelligent calculator. And okay, so when it thinks of a meme, thinks quote unquote, this is the type of thing that it's seeing or visualizing. This one, I sort of decided to, I guess, just you know, throw in some text. So I put that text in. Like I've never, I almost feel like making, a collection of art that's all just shitty text to image AI. It generated this one. So I'm kind of blown away the degree to which this reminds me of something like Reboot. And I'm wondering if we're going to be able to make, like, I wonder if someone's going to be able to make a movie. And all you would need to make a movie that was good was like a cell phone. Okay, that's pushing it a bit, but you get it. Here's another one. Yeah, because anyway, I just like generated memes. Um, Art says I'm cute when I try hard. It's actually I don't really feel like I'm trying hard because what was hard was the writing. This is easy because it's goofy memes and hilarious. Like they are kind of hilarious in a way because it's like seeing yourself through the eyes of a calculator. Um, Parmenti says like a meme from a fever dream, perhaps. And then I had it. One thing it can actually do really well is evaluate new definitions of words. It can actually tell how, in a way, common a word is. So I got like feedback about which of my definitions or whatever would be good. And I asked it to evaluate the concept of a wall of Textian limit, where it, you can only put so much text in a meme before it starts, you know. And then I asked it about um, the concept of dividing the amount of information in a meme by the complexity of the structure as a way to describe memes. And I asked it for suggestion about what to call that. And it said information density. So, not very creative, but it wasn't wrong in what it said. And so it's, obviously the I mean, it may actually come, there may come a point where AI can actually understand humor, as ironic as that sounds, well enough to actually like make what we call memes, which are actually funny, like as memes. Yeah, this is my like diagram that I made this week. So I was thinking about unifying everything in the panpsychist physics stuff, and then wondering how to use the word information as well as how to like not just define it but how to model it, and not just model it but how to basically deduce the best model about it based on incomplete information, aka data, individual anecdotes that originally subject to dependent arising. Can't possibly know the full extent of the interconnected causality, but through proper models can get progressively closer. Okay. And then what's left is my writing. So yeah, I guess I was excited to hear your feedback on that, because or we can also talk about like just the phenomenon of the AI and make predictions about how it's going to go in the future if you're interested in speculating on that. But that doesn't have to be right now. So what do you think?
Um, yeah, I mean, it doesn't interest me that much. I mean, the field interests me, but yeah, like I'm not. I guess I'm not following it that tightly. I'm not. I'm not. You're certain that I'll have a use for it, and I'm
Yeah,
unclear.
that's another side of it where it's like everyone's marveling at how quickly they got so many users, because they're comparing, like I think I saw on Twitter, they were comparing like different stats. You know, it took Facebook blah 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 time to get 1 million users, and this apparently got 1 million users in like 5 days. But wouldn't that be hilarious if it just ended up not being that big of a deal, and then everyone just went back to using Google?
Google what?
Well, like, I mean, ChatGPT is the search engine. So technically, it's a more advanced version of Google, like obviously way more advanced. But
Well, I mean,
maybe
search for searching for web pages or information, or for creating text
just searching for answers, any
by
kind
giving you the answer in text form, as opposed to a web page. I don't search Google for answers. I mean, Google does have like the answer thing that I occasionally use, but generally you search for web pages using the search for something that produces a text answer. Or what are you saying? But I
I
was
don't
saying
understand
I'm
what
not.
the confusion is. What's the problem? It's a search engine. It's, you know, better than the existing ones, but that's fundamentally its function.
That what Chat GPT you're saying is a search engine?
Yeah,
I
fundamentally
thought
that's what it is.
I thought it was a text generator.
Yeah, you search for an answer and it gives it to you. You say, find me this answer, and it goes to find it for you. And it builds it up out of pre existing information. See, I don't think it does very good with the um, ultimate questions, because those are always.
I mean, that's why I said yes
Those
last
are
week.
always
You
like
seem to imply
beyond
the opposite.
language. So you can start to talk about the ultimate questions in language like we always do on the show. I made you, I don't know if you're trying to share a link, Dog Pluto, but I made you a mod so you can share a link. Um, yeah, back to the chat. So anyway, I guess there's some, yeah, question as to whether my description of ChatGPT as a search engine is accurate. So let us know.
Yeah, I mean,
Do
I think it utilizes a search engine, but it's not a search engine. It
Well, you
doesn't.
put in a single prompt. So to me, it's a question. Therefore, it's a search engine because it's searching the answer out. So I don't know what the problem, you know,
But it
tell me
doesn't
what the
take you
problem there
anywhere.
is.
It gives you text. It doesn't. I mean, if you could use the word in that way, and then it was just going to be argumentative.
I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm trying to be accurate. But if you don't think that's accurate, fine.
What's saying
Whatever.
it utilizes a search engine, but its purpose is not a search engine. It doesn't provide you with links. It doesn't take you anywhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I mean, you wouldn't know the difference. I mean, saying you type in a question, it gives you an answer, and it used a search engine to give you the answer. But and then like a search engine, like if it just had.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of it as a giant computer processor, and then it does the search function to generate the answers that it gives you. You don't like that answer? You don't like that description?
Well, I mean, yeah, but you're just.
Sorry.
Well, if you ruined it by saying, "Oh, people are going to stop using Google," which you're just like, no,
No,
it's not.
I never said that. I
You
said,
did say
"What if
that, and
people?"
that's
I
why
said, "No." I said, "What if
why it
people
was so
stop using?"
confusing.
I didn't say that. I said the opposite. I said, "What if people stop using ChatGPT and everyone just stays with Google?" That's what I said. Because you're like, I don't see how it's going to be that important. This stuff. So it's like maybe everyone else is going to feel the
Why
same way
didn't
you
I
do.
said I didn't have any use for me, and then you're confusing
I know.
with
I took
whatever
that to extrapolate it to what if
you're
everybody
talking
else
about a
feels that
search
way.
engine, and you implied that like it's a search engine like Google, which to me doesn't seem accurate. It's saying that it utilizes a search engine. We don't know exactly what it's searching. Um, you like Word has a search engine where you just search your own document. Whether Chat GPT is searching the web at large, or whether it's searching a database, or if it is searching the web at large, whether what type algorithms or what it's
It's not
searching. And
searching the web. It's got a pre-built model of pre ordered information. It's like they call it AI because it's a bunch of computations.
yeah, I mean, it's just got like a library of books on it, or encyclopedias or
Well,
dictionaries.
you're making it sound like it's looking stuff up in books. No, it's finding the general structure of all books and then creating a background model for generic types of books and then modeling the answers to questions as interpolations within that informational framework.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so
it probably has a given database, or are you saying that you're saying that for whatever
no,
that
it doesn't have well,
like
it does have a database, but it's not in the sense of, like, looking up words the way you and I it's not looking up the individual terms in a prompt is my point. It's taking the prompt, translating it into something that it understands, mapping it into its own informational system, and then interpolating within that system what it thinks the best answer would be based on what have previously been told to it are good answers. Yeah, Dog Pluto says ChatGPT hasn't got facts. It has a feel of all the data. That's an interesting way to describe it. They also say ask about JWST. It doesn't know it's launched, so I guess it's only trained up to 2021. We're
I think it's
careening
open
into
source.
2023.
So I mean, the problem with it, your descriptions are.
Open source doesn't actually tell you anything because nobody can read machine code. And not to be dismissive or anything. Machine
Well, no,
code's
I mean,
not.
maybe say that you could read it, that you could read the algorithm, you could read the code, you might even be able to edit the code.
Me
Anybody, I think it's
or
open
someone
source.
else. Oh, okay. Yeah. You can make your own edits to it.
That's what it appeared to imply on the Cold Fusion video, but I didn't look heavily into it. From what you've shown me of it, I'm not sure I have a use for it, that I would use it. Um, if it does get significantly better, I'm not even sure that then I would write or something like that. So I mean, if it got significantly better, then that it'd make it even less likely that I would write. And I'm not sure
But
if it
it's
would reach a
allowed me
point.
to write. So did I not write like did the stuff I sent you, did I not write that?
Well, I mean, if you want to say, but like, um,
Yeah, I'm fine to say that I got help from a computer to write some text because I'm not like insecure like that. Obviously, I feel for anybody that this affects in a negative way. And I've been working with training people to get them back to going to work for a very long time. So, no stranger to that.
yeah, I mean, the Cold Fusion video was even talking about the ethical dilemmas, or if there'd be some method to make some hard delineation that this came from their program, that should be transparent. And saying the main use of it is going to be for people to cheat on homework assignments. Um, saying as a reader that there would the possibility at some point that there would be a computer generated book that I would buy or would read if there's like a wiki common, like if there was some sort of useful history of physics or even articles that were produced by the AI that all of a sudden were better than the stuff that I'm reading. I would probably make the switch and start reading it. And the question,
Okay,
like,
but like, how do you know that you haven't already read stuff by? Yeah, the thing is, the AI doesn't write the stuff. Somebody prompts the AI, and then you change what the prompts, what comes out, and then you can have the AI change it again.
um, yeah, but I still think the level's significantly lower than top authors. So, I mean, it could be that some authors are making some use of it, but my guess is, really, it's had major advancements in the last 2 months. But yeah, as far as I know, that it's not there yet. And
Not where yet exactly. Like I have a feeling the place you think like, are you thinking it's eventually going to be, you know, writing a novel, like popping out a novel the way Marty McFly's parents popped out a microwave pizza in 3 seconds?
well, I don't read novels, but I'm saying conceivably, like you're doing that. Like the history of like some subject that I read about. I read books all the time, and that some subject that you read about, that there would be a computer generated article on it, that would be insightful or better than the stuff that's being put out by authors. That the conceivability that that's even coming in the next few years, like I'm pretty sure that's not anywhere near that point now.
I
Whether
would need
current
you to describe what point you're talking about because, like, I don't know if you have an actual sense for how this data is being meta-collated here. Like, you seem to think there's a central subject making a decision for this stuff. Like, there's no reason to think the AI can evolve in every direction equally in terms of goodness. Because it's ultimately down to what language can convey and what can be can be aggregated enough to be valid or consistently meaningful. Valid is the wrong word because even false things could be valid. I mean, consistently meaningful in the sense of like people aren't just going to dismiss it as garbage.
um well, the type stuff I read that would be overviews on subjects, and that somehow they would be able to program to research data, organize the data, and then regurgitate the data in a readable way, like my self essay or something like that. Um, give an overview of the history of self of the last 50 years in essay form. Like in 10 pages, that the computer would be able to search, retrieve, organize, and present that data. So I'm going to say it's in the realm of possibility, even in the next few years, that would be um, possible. At this point, I don't think any of those levels is possible. I don't think that the computer could search the relevant information, um, or organize it, or present it. But I mean, it would see major advancements that it's remotely possible, like on any topic, like the history of quantum theory or something like that, to like the history of computers, that the computer would be able to search, find the relevant information, organize it, and then present it in some standardized format. So I don't see any reason why the computer wouldn't be able to do that, and that it might even be possible in the next few years. well, it might be decades away. But yeah, I could see that happening where, and then the best literature, it might have editors, human editors, but that would be a shift, and the best literature would be computer generated and human edited. And that just we're making the search function is just part of it. The search function is to collect the data. And if you're talking about presentation style, if there be a search function where you're saying it's copying human writing and splicing human writing, or if the computer itself would generate its own computer style, and if you could like standard essay format or something, if you could program into the computer and the computer could comply with some sort of standard format that just like stuff that I like my writing, if you're like historical overviews of subject, critical theory, chunking theory, the self, consciousness, any of these things that the computer would be able to search through large databases, collect relevant information, aggregate it, um,
Did
organize
you just
it.
say it's going to be able to aggregate information on the self?
Um, but as a subject, I'd say if the computer could do it, it presumably would be able to do it on any major subject, including the
You
self.
mean, could this thing do a literature review?
Well, I'm dividing it into different processes. So the first part would be the research, and the research would be data of human written data, history, that it would search the data, aggregate the data, organize the data, and then present the data. And I'm not sure at this point the computer could do any of those.
Of
But
course not.
this,
It can't. It can't think. Humans can do what you're describing. The data can't do that. So yeah, the level it's at right now is basically very superficial but also accurate description. And I found it exceedingly helpful, like basically to the level of being blown away. Like, I don't normally spend money on technology type stuff. I do a little bit, like obviously spend a bunch of money on my computers. But yeah, I splurged 15 American dollars on 3 cent or 2.5 cent images there from the same AI that made my text for free, because it's in beta, I guess, still being tested out.
yeah, I didn't find it interesting enough to like log on and fool around with it. Um, and I'm as of now, I don't think it's any use to me, and because I enjoy doing research and reading. Um, I think I have proficient writing skills. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think.
it can give you recommendations for stuff to read.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
then you can say, summarize this book. I don't even think it's at that point yet, but theoretically.
yeah, I'm saying it's not at that point yet, and saying that these I don't need AI to do that. I mean, there's already plenty of resources of book recommendations or book summaries
Sure.
that so that it's not useful to me yet, the software, so I haven't really looked at it.
Well,
And
I guess, if it helps me,
it's
because
unclear
sometimes
with
I'm
what
not sure
you've
what I'm
done with
looking
it.
for.
I mean, it's unclear what you've done with it, if it's meaningful, or that you would have been better off just like reading some books and taking notes. So, I mean, from my perspective, you probably would have made more progress just reading generic books and taking notes than fooling around with the AI. But even from what you've produced over the last few weeks, um, that may have um, reaffirmed my suspicion that you would have been better off just reading books and taking notes.
even though I've never learned anything from a book before?
Um, yeah. So, I mean, it was like, your fantasy that you were going to. I mean, the one thing, whether you actually have ideas,
Okay, hang on a minute here. Whoa.
whether you actually have worthy ideas that in a value proposition to write something, like, like whether you write, like, who cares that you're writing something, who's going to read it, who's going to benefit from reading, like, so giving you the benefit of the doubt that you actually do have ideas that if you could express it in writing would benefit a reader. um, that I still would stick with my your basic advice that you just work on your writing skills, and these computer programs aren't really going to help you. I mean, it might help you work on writing if it's just a way of helping you to work on your own writing, but that these programs are going to do, simplify the process for you. I'm still uncertain about, and even even, I mean, God forbid, like, going over your writing basically disincent, like I was writing regularly, and then when I started going over your writing, like, now I'm not even interested in writing myself anymore. Like, let alone having that much faith that your writing is going to improve or go anywhere. So, like, God forbid.
Oh, because of me, you don't want to write anymore.
um well, I'm not saying because of you. I just, I mean, it's not your fault. I just think that the process of helping you go over your writing made me realize that, like, I don't think anyone's ever going to read what I write, and to, kind of give up on the value proposition. So, like, I was writing and putting on the chess server, um, and it's unclear what kind of reach I was getting on the chess server. I was getting no reach basically, besides on the chess server, but I was still doing it. And then when I started working on your writing and, like, hit a standstill, and it just felt like we weren't getting anywhere. We weren't moving towards an actual essay. We spent like a few months and didn't even produce like one essay. That it made me kind of give up on my own writing, because I saw that I don't have an audience for it, and I didn't think I was going to be
So
able to
me
develop.
being shitty at writing made you realize you don't have an audience for your non-existent writing, and therefore you threw in the towel.
Yeah, I might come back to it. So I'm still doing more research. So if I felt confident that I really had something that no one else had, or some, like, information, um, so I like multiple truth hypothesis, but I'm not sure I actually have anything. I'm not sure that really there's anyone that would benefit greatly from it. Um, in going over, kind of the introduction, the who, what, why, and how. I'm not sure if there's a when, because, like, the when is kind of now, or, but
Maybe
the
you're
who,
at a
what,
crossroads. You got to decide you go in the wife direction or you go in the scholar direction.
the what.
Scholar or the wife direction is what I said. Maybe you feel like you're at a crossroads. Like, it'd be really hard to write if you have a family, but if you don't, then what are you gonna do with all your time?
Well, I just study. I mean, I enjoy studying. I mean, as I had a family, I'd left less time. But even if I had a family, if I was getting paid to write or had an audience for my writing, I would probably write. I'd find the
That
time
just
to do
sounds
it.
like such an excuse. Like, I don't think any writer in history ever gave a shit about their audience that was like actually any good or passionate.
Um,
Like, I'm just imagining some writer
you're saying, like, any famous writer?
worrying about their audience. It just doesn't. Nah, I don't
Um,
see it.
yeah, I don't. And to me,
Like, I
I
used to hang
guess
out
you
with a
just don't.
bunch of ballet dancers, and they never gave a shit about the audience at best.
I mean, it's unfortunate because I guess you just don't understand what I said, even though I said it like tens of times.
I get it. I just think it's an excuse.
It's an excuse to not waste time. It's like writing is for other people. If there's no demand for my writing, that I don't plan on writing. Writing is something I would
And
do for
I'm
other.
telling you that no successful writer ever thought that, and therefore it's an excuse, and so you don't want to write. Okay.
Well, I don't want to waste a bunch of time. There's a lot of people who've written books that
Okay,
no
and
one's
what
read.
is the point of reading all that stuff? How's that not a waste of time? Not that I think that reading's a waste of time. I'm just going with your logic here. I think there's a lot to be learned from reading, and it can be very comforting at
I
times.
do. I read because I learn.
Okay, and then what's the point of all learning? Oh, just knowing a bunch of stuff? Ooh.
Well, and if you're going to try to get like existential in it and say there's no point to anything, but I mean, to me, there's a point to reading.
Well, in the sense
There's
that
no
we're all
point.
going
There's
to
no point.
die. We're
There's
not
no
we're not
point to
going to take
writing.
any of it with us, and we're all going to die. So you're saying reading all the time, that's enough. Sign me up.
That's why I enjoy doing it. I like understanding things, and
And that's the thing,
I
you can't be
don't.
sure you understand it until you can write something about it. Reading is a level on which you can't actually verify if you've understood anything.
What do you do with it? I was saying to write, but I don't read in order to teach other people. I read to understand things. I mean, if there was a demand for me to teach other people, I would, but I don't read in order that I could teach other people. I read um, to understand things.
So you want to understand things and not test whether you actually understand them? Great.
Well, I don't mind testing whether I understand it. I mean, writing is just one form of testing
I mean,
understanding.
obviously, I've put off writing for a long time. I don't like it. I mean, when I was a kid, I remember having a diary and being like, huh, nah, this isn't going to work. So I get it. It's just
Yeah,
that, you know,
I felt proficient in my writing skills. I had wanted to write a book on the multiple truth hypothesis, but at this point, I'm not really sure I have anything. And I see a lot more research. I would like, to write
because
to
you haven't
test my.
listened to my advice, which is fucking great. Integral story, as
Yeah,
in,
I'm
this
not
is how
really
it
sure
helped
your
me.
advice. And I'm not even sure that. I mean, besides for you, and I'm not even sure how beneficial. Like, but uh, even in.
You don't think people having access to a memory technique is a good thing for society? Because I just think, like, I mean, isn't intellectualism as a pursuit good in and of itself?
Well, there is but I'm saying that I'm not sure that I have a well-developed memory technique, and there's a lot of memory techniques out there. There's a lot of books on memory techniques out there, and like I could try writing a book, and I don't think I'd get it published, and I'm not even sure anyone would be interested in it. I'm not even sure you're interested in it. So,
Well, it's my idea, first of all, and I've been saying for a while that I think that writing is a good way to balance out reading because reading too much is bad for intellectualism.
I think I wanted to write a book on the just as like some form of accomplishment in relating to like streaming and like putting myself out as a media personality, and the next step would have like a book.
Mhm.
And
And I supported that, and I've been saying that, showing off the value or the virtue of the MTH through a book like that with case studies. And, you didn't like my suggestion about Malcolm Gladwell,
no,
but
not at
that,
all. I mean, if
well,
that's like the only book that you've read and the only one you could think of. I didn't like that book, and
if it
I
has a good aesthetic, I'm not, first of all, I wasn't talking about the content. You misinterpreted thinking it meant the content. It meant the structure. I don't need to read another book to know that one author has a good structure to their writing. And I thought it was an appropriate structure due to something called pacing, which is how fast you have to present information. And that's something I realized from the AI is that my pacing is effed up because every single definition requires a lot of explanation, and then I never know where to start with, which I'm sure I've said this before, but the AI helps because I just say like stuff, stuff like, "What do you think about this?" And then it just tells me. So
Yeah, I tell you what I think, but it might just sound insulting to you. But
oh no, go ahead, insult away. I mean, what could be possibly worse than this?
well, I'm just saying that if
I
I
mean,
could see
famous
right,
famous last words, right?
I could see writing, but I say that if I want to advance myself as some sort of public personality, that is not really happening through week in review or our collaboration. Like we're not growing, we're not really reaching into new circles. Our our viewership doesn't increase.
I wonder if that has
Most of
anything
the,
to do with you endlessly complaining about our viewership being low during the show for a very long time.
um, no, I think I know what we could do to. I've mentioned it, but it's just not going to happen. So I've given up on it. So to turn it into like some sort of successful show, that but I don't think that's going to happen. Um,
I think I just get frustrated talking to most people, so it's probably not a great idea.
yes, I don't. I'm not. It's kind of. Um, honestly, I think I could probably just start my own week in review and have a better chance of growing that than growing this week in review. But it wouldn't be the same thing. We would have a conversation. But I think if I wanted to like, I don't. I'm not that kind of personality where I don't really see myself doing that. But I think if I did want to grow a show, I could probably just do another week in review on my own channel and try to have like guests and
Midweek in review.
the what?
I was thinking it could be like a Wednesday show where it's midweek in review. It's a
Well,
spin
I'd
off.
probably do it Saturday night, but I don't think I'm going to do that. But I think I do think that I could probably grow a week in review, and you just wouldn't have a co-host. But I don't see myself doing that because yeah, I'm not sure the payoff or if I would. I don't really enjoy doing it. Like saying where I'm just going to talk and try to socialize and like entice people to talk with me, and then network and get guests. Maybe I'd do it, but honestly, I think I'd have an easier time just doing my own week in review than trying to grow the show with you. But I wasn't thinking of doing that. I was thinking of doing more educational content that wouldn't be a week in review. It'd just be me rambling on a topic. Although I think I could also grow that. I think I've gotten relatively um, positive feedback on my tour of my library, and to maybe even start this week doing a weekly show just talking about a topic, and it would just be me rambling about a topic for like a few hours. Yeah, I'm not sure. Mop Talk possibly has growth potential. I'm not sure John Wolf. He claims he's going to like invest in a studio, and like
Oh
we're
yeah, I
going.
was gonna say that was unlistenable. The audio, last one. Sorry. I mean, obviously,
Yes,
so much of it, but still.
yeah. I don't have much faith in that. Just like Charles Moskowitz, I don't. It's getting some viewership. We'll see if he. He claims that he's going to invest in some equipment. Like I was on him about the sound quality, like the last few weeks, because like I almost ready just like to stop doing it because they're just like the sound quality is horrible. No one's
You
going to
talking
listen
about
to it.
Moskowitz?
No, John Wolf.
Oh, okay.
And he's like he's got to do something about the sound quality. Um, so we'll see if he does, but like if he doesn't, like I'll probably give up on that in the next few weeks. Like he's a nice guy. We talked a little bit, but I mean, we can't have a regular show if he doesn't do something about the sound quality. Um, but yeah, and also Charles Moskowitz. I don't see that going anywhere. I mean, like his method of like he's going to try again to do like every night again, starting 8 o'clock. But yeah, I'm unclear like what he's going to do different this time. That's going to why he's going to succeed this time, is where it didn't work the other time. But we'll see. Um, but I mean, he's an example like keeps on writing books that hardly anyone reads, and like he'll get a few interviews and he'll talk with a few people, and
And it's just like, why not? I know there's a country in Europe, I forget which one, but like something like 1 in 10 people has written a book. Something close to that, some ridiculously high statistic for what percent of the population had written a book. So.
yeah, so I think I'm more likely to try to grow my streaming. Like the reason I'm streaming because I don't
Okay, great.
write, and if I was able to grow my streaming, develop. I don't really feel like. I mean, I appreciate everyone tunes in, and like somebody like Daryl, Mark, Fluent, but Moral, but I don't really feel connected to anyone in the audience. Like I've built any relationship with anyone in the audience. Um, so maybe on my channel, even on my own channel, I don't really feel like I've built any relationship with people in the audience, but like a little bit because I just see streaming now that some people turn out and make regular comments, um, and the path would be kind of like the crucible to just like some sort of showmanship to build up a larger audience and then try to monetize it. So yeah, I mean, God forbid it's unclear, but yeah, and I don't see writing until I don't see writing playing a part in it in the short term. Um, maybe the Science of Consciousness conference that see if I go to that.
Yeah, even though you were talking about writing an article for Science of Consciousness conference.
What I think is just to write like a blog that no one's going to read, as as opposed to like writing and then trying to get it submitted to a journal. So I could see that it's not my style to like self promote, and then it's kind of depressing to have like a blog that nobody reads. So like I'm going to write for a
That's the
blog.
thing. It wasn't a blog that nobody read. It was a blog that got a bunch of hits for at least 2 of them.
On the chess server. Yeah, but I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm saying my blog on Review, no one read. The viewership was going down, and I didn't even have a way to self promote it. And so it's unclear whether the chess server people were reading it because I was a top chess player or just checking it. So I don't even know it was getting hits, but it might have been getting hits because I'm a top chess player on the server, not because people were actually reading my blog. And like I saw the number of hearts, um, it was unclear, but I think it's very likely that people just clicked on it because they recognize my name as a chess player, and it's unclear if they read it. And from the feedback on it, um, besides for the 2-1, but I've actually had over 1,000 hits on. But I said like I think that was more related to just me being a top chess player on the server than people looking at the blog. And when they did actually look at it, they're like, "What the hell does this have to do with chess?" And they didn't care. And like half the feedback was negative, like why the hell are you posting this on the chess server? If the Himsa one was randomly popular, um, but it was related to my chess personality, and I didn't see me having a narrative voice for what I wanted to write about as a chess player. Um,
Not even in the context of the MTH?
yeah, I'm not sure I could have put that into chess by saying I played
Are
chess
you
all the
seriously saying there's no connection between being good at chess and MTH? It's like one of the most obvious connections in the world to make. And I've made it like 18 times already.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm just saying the reason why I got so many hits on the chess server was because of me as a chess player, because I was winning tournaments. I was in the chat. I was active on the chess server. So it was people were clicking on my links because they just wanted to see what I was, what's this guy talking about. And then once they saw what I was talking about, um, I'm not sure, but I don't. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe I'll reopen up my chess account to see what happens. I'm back to coaching chess.
Yeah, I
Even
think
that,
you should get back on and just take it as an opportunity for self development, but actually don't overuse it this time.
well, yeah, I don't think anyone would read my blog if I wasn't playing
Yeah,
chess.
but the thing is, they do because you're an internet personality.
I'm more. I'm most known as saying I was. I was saying the reason people were reading my blog on the chess server is because I was an active chess player and I was winning tournaments. So if I was not an active chess player and just posting, um, I think my numbers would be pretty low. But it is making the point that I don't see myself writing articles for nobody to read. So if I am gonna that if I don't have an audience, that if I had demand, I would write. But there's no reason why I'm going to have demand. It's unlikely that even just one person, even just one person that was interested, like Doovan, when's your next article coming? Um, or is interested in what I had to think, and I don't even think that exists. I don't really think that I got even one person that's really that interested in that. Um, God forbid. So if I was going to do that, I said it would be more likely to put something in a journal, and I don't see any journals, so it's probably I doubt I'm going to have anything before the Science of Consciousness conference. I don't think I have a topic. If I just write some like history of consciousness to like pass out to people, like, oh, I'm Doovid, I'm David Kelton. I love consciousness. I wrote an essay on the history of consciousness. I'm trying to write a book or something like that. I think I would probably likely first go to the Science of Consciousness conference and see if that seemed plausible, and then that would be the next year. So no, unfortunately, I don't see writing. I changed my mind. Like I mentioned, 2 years. Like I wanted, accomplishments, and writing was just a form of accomplishment. But at this point, I don't see it as a form of accomplishment. Um, so I think I'll have an easier time growing my streaming platform, trying to make like a regular weekly thing on my, or even to something. I don't think like a week in review, but um, what this show was supposed to be in my original intention, which it had been for a small period of time, where like we were streaming each week, and it was kind of like the Luke Ford overspill, where people would just like pop in and we talk a little bit, and then um, you I'll say largely because of you, Week in Review did not become like that, and I still think that's a good idea. I think that that would have been what would have been successful, and honestly, I think I could probably build a show up like that even by myself that might garner 100 live viewers and have regular people coming through and talking. But I'm not sure. It'd be a lot of work, and then like terms of service and other things that I'm not even sure that. But to have a week in review type show where it would be people popping in and talking about what they're doing for whatever reason that's not the direction you wanted to take this show. That I would do another show like that is pretty unlikely. Um, so it would be me doing content, like me just like blabbing about things on my own channel, and I'm not sure, like, I mean, God forbid, like God forbid, like who would want to watch Doovid blab about like various topics, but like hopefully I could put together some decent content. Maybe I could grow my channel. Maybe I could. I mean, I said like
For
I
some
was
reason,
in.
the Prager fireside chat comes to mind.
Well, it's I'm saying like I see content out there that yeah, I could try making graphics or PowerPoints. Um, but I think I have more future in that than writing. I don't foresee. I think streaming is a more popular medium than writing in the first place. I don't see like me creating an interesting blog. You'd have to really be like into Doovid to me read my writing, and if I could connect it to like chess coaching, maybe. But like so now I'm back to doing IRL chess coaching, but like all my students are African American and like young, so I'm not sure if I would.
Maybe you could make a blog about memory techniques and you try it out and then you give a judgment on it and say, I think this memory technique is blah, 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 blah. And then you can write about that. Then it's
I
technical,
may,
but it's also personal and you're a specialist because you have all this practice with MTH.
yeah, I don't think I would get any feedback. I wouldn't be able to do it without feedback. I'd like put out an
Hello, what
article.
about me? What am I? Chopped liver?
Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I think we're mostly like just talking past each other on this stuff. So I'm not even sure. And if it was, it'd probably be geared toward more chess players. And like you're not a chess player, so if I had any audience, if I was, I'd probably have to gear it specifically to chess players.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean that I couldn't be an appreciator of the subject matter for other reasons entirely.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're probably better off focusing on consciousness.
We could. I'm just saying, maybe you doing something like that will make you better at understanding consciousness because it's all connected.
Yeah, it is. But I was saying I don't see like honestly, I don't like unless you decided like you wanted to invest some money and get better equipment and make Week in Review a more popular show. I don't think Week in Review is going to become more popular. I don't think it's going to grow much. Um, so put it mostly to just research on consciousness and like like study buddy, public study buddy thing, but that is unlikely to grow that much. So if I made other content that I wanted to reach a larger audience, I would have to cater it in a way that would make it more interesting to a larger audience. And I don't think there's that big of an audience for this stuff in general, like memory techniques, like even speed reading. So I mean, like I could probably make a series of videos on
You
like
help
speed read.
one person and they turn a corner and have an awesome life as opposed to relatively not so awesome life. Isn't that enough?
Yeah, so maybe I need to do more research.
You could
Uh,
get a book on memory techniques and try
yeah,
them out one at a time.
God forbid you sound like Gandalf now,
What does that
where
sound?
you
What does that seem like? No. Okay,
well,
we
I'm
can
saying,
move
like
on to
you're
another
turning
topic.
into like Gandalf with just like random bad advice. You're
I
just like, why
wanted to
don't
know
you
what
do
you
this? Why
thought
don't
of the idea. As a subject to write about, it's a suggestion. I don't care if you follow the suggestion or not. I like the idea. It's something I would want to know. That's why I suggest it.
well, if you put it to this, like you want to improve in writing
Yep.
and like Doovid's a reasonable writer, so basically I'm just helping you with your writing. And we're doing it on Week in Review. Like what you're gonna do if you're writing, who knows? That's up to you. But like you want to improve, you want to work on your writing. Um, I'm not a professional writer, but I'm a proficient writer, so I'm helping you out. And that's basically all there is to it. It doesn't have that much to do with Week in Review, besides that, just like a public self improvement, just like put it out there that like, okay, I'm going to work on my writing, so we'll do a little bit of it publicly, but it really has nothing to, it's poor content, it's bad content, and besides for like your fan, people are interested and want you to do
Yes,
well.
my 3 fans.
Yeah, I mean, basically, so if we're talking about consciousness, we have theories or understanding of consciousness. Um, that's why I said, like, if you give you the benefit of the doubt that you actually have insight or theories that other people don't have, and that you want to share it with other people, or if you're just like Week in Review, so you share it with other people by having a discourse with me on Week in Review,
Yeah, and
and
I appreciate that a lot, and I should say that more. Thank you.
versus like you want more.
Why want more one?
Well, at least I want more. I want more accomplishment in life. Like it's not enough for me just to like share my thoughts with you on Week in Review. Like I might appreciate you being there. It definitely keeps me academic, and like you're saying that, okay, I'm always reading and researching, and to a large extent, you're the only one I talk about with uh, this stuff, and that maybe I try to make a venue to have a that after I finish the tour of my library that I would do some sort of regular weekly program on my channel about consciousness, and probably even two, like one on Judaism and one on consciousness. But say like like you were saying about writing, like okay, I'm always studying and researching, and that's what I would be doing even if I wasn't talking with you. Um, but improves my understanding to have someone to talk about these ideas with, just like writing would also. But
Writing is a lot harder than talking. I think talking and reading are sort of like not comparable in ease, but writing is
saying
way
someone
harder
else
than
has,
both.
yeah, but saying like writing is for other people,
Okay, but there
and
is
so I
value to
think
doing
writing,
stuff that you know you're not going to be good at.
right, yeah, but saying writing is like a higher level, and I'm not there yet to that your writing is for people that really want to understand my ideas and they don't exist yet. So writing is a futuristic plan. Like you, if you're like adult education, you never became a proficient writer, so you want to work on your writing skills. Like I would encourage that, but just because you work on your writing skills and become a proficient writer doesn't mean you're going to be a popular author.
I
So like,
don't.
okay,
I
I
never
don't.
thought I would be because my type of studies have never been popular, and that's okay.
So I think I'll call myself a proficient writer, but like I don't think I'm going to be a popular author. That's why I don't write, because like that no one's ever asked me to write, and like I would assume that like writing would have been something related to like a job. It would have been like I would have got paid for doing it. Like most people, if they write related to their profession, they get paid for doing it. That like write as a hobby, or like it just um,
It's really not a hobby though because it's really hard. Like journaling maybe is a hobby, but writing is just I think kind of I don't want to say too hard to be a hobby, but too frustrating to be a hobby because it's a book is a single thing. A book has to have a theme, and so I have no theme even in a single essay. It takes me so long just to get that out and ends up sounding like crap because it doesn't have an actual theme. It's just a series of facts, as I've been told many times. So, nice thing about this AI is like, I feel like it's getting off the ground in that sense. That the ideas, I can see the connections between them a little bit more clearly. But yeah, you
yeah.
didn't give like any. Okay, go ahead.
I think that if I finish my tour of my library, um, maybe try to do a weekly or at least bi-weekly show on a Jewish topic. I think that will get some viewership. Maybe I could build up some viewership. Maybe even even I said like build myself up credibility to be a guest or expert on Judaism, or have people on my channel to talk about that topic. Um, and then also consciousness that probably finish up the tour of my library, which could be another month and a half, and like they'll eventually get to my books on psychology, consciousness, linguistics. And I say most of the books, like I stopped buying books a few years ago, so now most of the books I'm reading are online. And but that I would try to have like a weekly or bi-weekly show on a consciousness related topic, or that multiple truth hypothesis related topic, called Science Consciousness Multiple Truth Hypothesis, where I'm doing a stream on my channel like weekly, hopefully weekly, but at least bi-weekly. And that would be some sort of lead in to the Science of Consciousness conference that that I would actually go to the Science of Consciousness conference. And I don't know if that would be like pivotal or career changing, but be like network, speak to some people, have some sort of feel for that, or then at least being a minor streamer, because like God forbid in consciousness, there's not really that many streamers in it. So even if I was only getting 200 views on my consciousness streams, that's still probably bigger than most of the people who speak at the consciousness. God forbid most of the people who speak at the consciousness conference post it on their YouTube page and get like tens of views. So even getting like a few hundred views is bigger than even a lot of the participants at the Science of Consciousness conference, let alone if I could build it up into something that got like 1,000 views, and then I'd be able to maybe get interviews, and from there, at some point, I'd have to pivot. I would pivot into writing, but I think it's more likely that I'm going to build up my base in streaming than writing, because if I write, I'm just going to write and have no one to share it with, no one that's going to read it. So I have to build up my base in streaming, and then if I was going to get published in a journal, I don't know any of those people. I'm not likely to email, so I would probably have to network at the Science of Consciousness conference, and like hopefully I'd meet people that like have journals, or like someone would be like, oh, why don't you write something for my journal, or something like that, or I'd find out like I just don't have the qualifications, you need a PhD, or some sort of institute that I'm not part of, it's never going to happen. um, so I think my plans are more in streaming.
Do
And
people get approached to write essays? Now talk about cart before the horse. You're basically setting it up so that it's impossible standard.
but no, I think most people who write get paid to write.
Okay.
So if you're a regular columnist, if you're a writer, like I'm saying, like I mean, God forbid, a lot of journalists are starving journalists, but the majority of people who write get solicited to write. They get paid to write. Um, you could be an author that like writes your book before that anyone's going to buy it, or before, and then put it by a publisher. But I mean, so the majority of unsuccessful writers, the majority of writers are unsuccessful, and they write, and no journal picks it up. No one publishes their book, and it's like God forbid. And like I've taken the courses on that. I've looked in the landscape of it. And you'd be like, self-publish your book, try to sell just like a handful of copies. And I know all sorts of unsuccessful authors.
I'm
God
just
forbid.
not even going to put any. I'm not
I
even
have
going to put
hundreds
any
of
stress
books that,
on. I'm not even going to put any stress on selling it for money for therapeutic reasons.
well, I'm saying I'm saying I know hundreds of unsuccessful writers. Um, but the major authors get contracts or deals with periodicals or publishers before they start writing. The publisher comes to them and already pays them in the process to write. They tell, and they make an agreement about what they're going to write about. But those are the successful authors, or someone like John McWhorter, who writes a weekly column for the New York Times. He gets paid, and people read his column, and he does it, that. Even smaller periodicals like Countercurrent, Oons, um, Chess Magazine, that like even the chess magazines, the writers are solicited and paid for their articles, and a lot of them are probably paid, a little bit beforehand. That that this is what we want you to write about. Here's a few $100, and then they may get a few $100 more when they complete their writing. That so if you actually write and then try to get it published, your chances of success are very low. So like even if I wrote if I wrote an article on chess or something like that, I mean there's even probably like 10 different magazines on chess, but then like went around and tried to get it published in one of them. Um, I might be unsuccessful. None of them might publish it. There might be like a few smaller chess blogs that someone would like link it on their blog. Like even you, like you probably, even you with like your blog would be like hesitant to post my article on your blog.
I already posted something you wrote on my blog, so no.
What'd you post I wrote on your blog?
Funny that you forgot, but I didn't. And I forgot what it was, but I didn't forget the fact that it was posted.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not even sure about that, but I'm saying, I mean, even you are hesitant to post something I wrote on your blog.
Such as?
Well, such as anything, like my overview of the Science of Consciousness conference, like I don't know, my article on cognitive dissonance or something like that. Like,
Oh, so you think I should have just done that of
well, I'm
my
saying you
own
shouldn't, but I'm
accord?
saying even you would probably like hesitant,
But
like
that's the
I
thing.
don't know if I want to
That's not
post
a
your
bad idea.
article on
Well, that's
cognitive
honestly
dissonance
not a
on my
bad idea.
blog.
It's not a bad idea.
But I'm saying even you'd be like, I don't want to post your article
I
on
just
cognitive
didn't even
dissonance
get
on
it.
my blog.
I'm sorry. I just didn't even get it. Sorry.
I mean, let alone that you would pay me. Like, but I'm saying even you, like you
Uh,
just like that like okay, like Doovid, like like can I pay you $100 to post your article on cognitive dissonance on my blog? Like saying like, no, I mean that's not gonna happen, let alone even just like if I asked you like Jennifer, like I wanna promote myself and reach a bigger audience. Do you mind posting my article on cognitive dissonance on your blog? Like you'd be like, yeah, I don't really, no offense, like I don't want to post your article on my blog. Like it doesn't fit like like the how I'm promote like what it's not the optics of trying to promote. But I say even you would probably be hesitant to post like something I wrote on your blog, let alone a periodical. And saying most periodicals solicit like either they're very difficult to get in them. You have to they pay people, they hire in advance to solicit articles that they want on certain subjects. Journals you could try, like if I wrote an essay on in like like I don't even know like if I could solicit myself to write an article on the Science of Consciousness conference in Italy and to be published somewhere. Like I don't know, like if I even like my 2 page write up, I didn't see any media press on it. But like if I had my 2 page write up and like was self promoting myself, like Jennifer, please put my article on the Science of Consciousness conference on your blog, and like even you would probably be like, sorry, dude, no. Like,
no,
but
I would do it. I
let
would definitely.
alone let alone like a periodical, um, that I would and could be like no one else is doing it. So like I want to write and like you're doing it for free, that someone would. So unfortunately, like no, I mean, I see writing extremely difficult. Um, I don't see myself. I see very difficult building an audience. I think my best hope would be to increase my streaming. Like if I had 10,000 subs on my stream, on my channel, maybe I could get like 1% of those people, like maybe even 5% of those people to go to my blog. So if I have 2,000 people subs on my channel, maybe I could get 100 people to go to my blog for like a hit, that I would get like 100 hits. And the people that actually read it or take it serious would be like in the tens. So if I got up to like 10,000 subs on my channel, then maybe I get like 500 hits and maybe like 100, like an active comment section of like tens of comments. So yeah, I think my best bet is to try to get more subs, increase my channel, and I have to put out more content regularly, and then I probably got to get some big name interviews. And
Ben Watkins. Have
well,
you've interviewed Arjun on your channel, right?
no,
Maybe you should
I
do that.
I could ask them. I'm saying those guys. I mean, they're not that. I'm saying Ben Watkins. I mean, he's a good guy, but I mean, I think I'm probably bigger than him. I mean, he doesn't even have his own YouTube channel. Um, like I certainly have a bigger presence than he does. Oh, I mean, but me, I mean, I could. Ben Watkins is a good guy. It might be interesting to speak with him, but no, I mean, like someone like Philip Goth or something like that, or like Kurt Jaimungal, or um, no, I'm saying if I got like Kurt Jaimungal an interview on my channel, I might get a few thousand more subs, and I might get a handful of bigger names in his Rolodex. And like, I mean, I don't know Kurt Jaimungal, like the chance might be close to zero that, but I'm talking like a relatively big name that has a significantly bigger social media following than I do. Um, like John David Ebert or something. Like him, I could probably get on my channel again. And I mean, he's bigger than me. Like he's got maybe like 10,000, 15,000 subs. But like, I mean, like Kirk Jaimungal is, like an interview that thousands of people would come to my
So this is
channel.
Ebert from Siskel and Ebert, right?
No, John David Ebert, who I had
Sorry.
um, not even,
What about Roseanne?
I don't think I could get her, and she's
How
not
did
even that
things
big
end up
anymore.
with
Like,
you and Are things like bad with you and Lowell?
I haven't spoken with him since then. John David Ebert has 20,000
Yeah,
subs.
but he could maybe put you in touch with Roseanne.
She gave her information. I was on that channel with him,
So
but like,
why wouldn't she? I bet you like 10 million to one she'd be all over it, and that would pump your numbers.
I'm not sure she would. I'm saying like,
Yeah, she would
but
listen to all the stuff she was saying on Lowell's channel. He's smaller than you.
yeah, but I'm saying Lowell was a professional journalist or has some sort of organization.
And she wanted to talk about something like energy crystals. No offense.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't because like,
Yes, Titan, Roseanne Barr. So, like, seriously, she's a staple for a lot of people growing up. Like, hashtag Roseanne Barr. That's going to get you something. I mean,
yeah, it's unfortunate it didn't work out with Lowell, but like because it didn't work out
can't
with
be any
Lowell,
worse than other people whose audiences you've attracted.
well, I was saying because I met her through Lowell and it didn't work out with Lowell, it would feel weird um
That is silly. That
reaching out to
is
her to
silly. What are
talk
you?
and be like,
That's insane.
okay, like I had a falling out with Lowell. We're not friends anymore. I don't work together, but will you appear on my show? Um, I probably wouldn't do that, and I don't think it'd work out well. And God forbid, like I mean, Roseanne Barr is a famous name, but like no, I mean, Kurt, I don't think she's that big anymore. She doesn't get that many views. She's at the low point. I mean, even though she had the most popular show in the United States for years, like the Roseanne Barr show, and even when it made the comeback, it was going to be one of the most popular shows till she got canceled. Um, on her own channel and her guest on other things, she only gets thousands of views. So like at this point now, it's just like Noam Chomsky. Like Noam Chomsky, like might not even get me over 1,000 views. Like even if I could get Noam Chomsky on my
Maybe because
channel,
you're just like being too harsh.
no, these are research statistics. These are like I'm saying they like you just search Roseanne
Okay,
Barr,
the
she only
harshness is
gets a few
probably not
thousand
helping.
views.
It's probably not helping, though. harshness.
Listen, I'm not being harsh. I'm just being accurate. There's like a media reality. I'm not living in fantasy world. You could just search Roseanne
And
Barr,
media is all
and
about
you see she
fantasy
only
world.
gets a few
Media is
thousand
all
views.
about fantasy world. You can't
No,
seem to
it's
make
not.
that bridge that. Yeah, well, media is not
No,
about
it's
a fantasy world. Real? Oh, there's no fantasy in media. Okay, I must have been confused then.
no. There's no fantasy in media. Even like in Hollywood, there's no fantasy in Hollywood.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings was a documentary.
It was a fantasy movie, but in terms of like numbers and statistics, you know these things beforehand. Metrics. So, I mean, you could just search Roseanne Barr and you could see that she only gets a few thousand views. She streams regularly and hardly anyone watches her. That is saying that if I had her on my channel, it would not there would not be hundreds of thousands of people. There would not even be um, probably just a few thousand people. But yeah, Roseanne Barr, probably a few thousand people would come to my channel to hear what she had to say. Noam Chomsky, maybe a few thousand people, but I mean, Noam Chomsky talks all the time on shows that only get a few hundred views. So it's like even if I could land Noam Chomsky for my channel, um, that would not like get my channel 1,000 more subs because he's not that big of a name anymore. Just like Roseanne Barr.
Well, you'd have to be promoting the channel the whole time. You'd probably be like, "Oh, well, this channel, yeah, it's terrible. You probably don't want to
Yeah, I mean,
subscribe
you just
to
don't know
it."
what you're talking
You're
about.
like
So,
anti-promoing.
well, so you can only promo with the network that you have. The only promo that I could do is with my own social media.
You kind of give the vibe sometimes of shitting on your own content.
No, I'm just accurate. I'm saying the fact that you don't know what you're talking about, I mean, okay, like it's good
Maybe I
to.
don't. It's just my opinion.
Well, it's not even an opinion. It's uninformed. I mean, it's just an uninformed opinion that's inaccurate.
People have impressions. They're sort of beyond the accurate inaccurate divide.
I'm saying like you like media, like movies, they spend millions of dollars on advertisement. They have networks to promote it that have access to get it in front of tens of millions of people. That's the big studios. If you're even talking, I mentioned Kirk Mungle, like and just factual. Kurt Mungle would bring me more viewers than Noam Chomsky or Roseanne Barr. You just make an assessment off the numbers. Search Roseanne Barr in the last month, and I might even do it, but you're just some sort of reasonable assessment. So I only have a few thousand, um, people in my social media total. Like I could only reach a few thousand people if I promoted to the full extent in all of my social media. Roseanne Barr on her own channel gets tens of thousands, low tens of thousands. Um, Maybe she breaks 100,000 occasionally. She appears on other channels occasionally. It usually breaks 10,000. So yeah, if I got Roseanne Barr on my channel, it might get me a few thousand subs. It might get me over 10,000 views. I don't think I'm going to reach out to her. But having a weekly stream on Judaism would make it more likely that if Roseanne Barr did talk to me, or did appear on my channel, certainly like doing a weekly stream on Judaism would make it more likely. Because like if she was going to talk to me, it would almost certainly be like about Judaism and
Yeah, why don't you
Kabbalah.
ask her about being like a yearly guest?
I don't even have her contact information.
You
I mean,
said you got it when. Okay,
she gave the contact information on the stream. I didn't write it down. She said you could email her. I might be able to get it, but I probably not because I'm not because I met her through Lowell, and then be like, oh, you remember me on the Lowell show, and like, oh, how's Lowell doing? Like, oh, we had a falling out. I don't talk with him anymore. But you want to come on my show?
well, you could just say, "Oh, it's fine," and then just mumble through it. And
It's not my style. Like, I don't
okay,
need your nagging. I'm not going to do it. I just explained to you I'm not going to do it because I had a falling out with Lowell. I met her through Lowell. That I don't see a way that I'm going to talk to her, and we have to say like I met her through Lowell. I have falling out, and I'm going to ask her to come on my show, I'm not going to do it.
So, do you think maybe you're not cut out for media?
Um, no, I do. I mean, I just said I'm not going to reach out to Roseanne and ask her.
Because I'm just thinking, I've had tons of people on the show that I had a falling out with the person I met them through for whatever reason. Not tons, but certainly was never preclusion to talking to someone.
But I mean, God forbid, Noam Chomsky. I'm looking at him, and like he's got interviews in the last month that have all of them have 100 over 100 views. Some of them have over, just like I mean, like, God forbid, I'm looking at Noam Chomsky, and here's one interview with 65 views. I mean, he's all over the place, and he's giving interviews like, I mean, it's not look. It looks like he's talking like to multiple people, like every day of the week. But yeah, I, mean, I think Roseanne Barr like is a famous person. She would get me probably tens of thousands of views, and maybe even a few thousand subs. But like, no, I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm not gonna reach. I don't plan on reaching out to Roseanne Barr and asking her to come on my channel. It's not my style. It's not gonna happen. It's not my style. I'm not gonna do it. Um, Noam Chomsky would be more my style to talk to. He also might get me a few thousand views. I mean, see, like a few thousand subs, but he's a pretty dead name right now because one, he does countless interviews, and most of his interviews like hardly anyone watches. So like someone in the genre like Philip Goth, um, or Kurt Jaimungal would probably be like the names of people that I would try to get. And I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible that I would be able to reach them, and I could also try like active inference and just talking to low level academics that nobody
I
watches.
guarantee you he would talk to you. He streams
Kurt
to like,
Jaimungal,
no, sorry, the active inference guy. Cutie, Mike Cuterson.
Daniel.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
I had him on my channel.
so could have people come back over and over, I guess. I mean, no?
Well, yeah, man. It's saying like I have a bigger social media imprint than active inference. It's like he got more views on my channel than he did on his own channel. They crossed 1,000
Because it's
subs.
intellectual.
Yeah, I'm say I could try to cross network and interview people that appear on active inference, and I'm not sure there would be any audience for that. So I mean, that's why I mentioned like Kirk Jaimungal. Um, if I
You would
somehow,
have to be the difference. You would have to make the interview interesting, and perhaps that would mean covering topics that weren't immediately on the presentations that were highly technical that had already been gone over on the stream prior.
rarely I probably also just pay people. And like, I mean, God forbid, like and I'm not sure it's that investing. Like, I'm going to pay like Kirk Jaimungal $500. Like, Kirk, will you come on my channel for an interview if I pay $500?
Okay. Titan would like to know your dream guest.
I don't really have a dream guest. I'm just saying like things I could do to grow my channel. And so
I
no,
just
man, I
want to
don't.
pull this up real quick. I don't know if you can see what I've got here, but with Noam Chomsky channel, 49 subscribers. Obviously, awesome channel, but still not that many subs and 2.1K views from
4 months ago.
Chomsky combo that, good combo, but like just basically random people.
He's got a Discord with a few hundred people, and T Jump was on it. That I mean, that even get maybe more views than your average Chomsky interview.
Well, it was uploaded after the interview. So that means that it was searched on based on Noam Chomsky's name because he's still out there, still influencing, and he will probably get interviewed the day he, passes on to the next world. And props to him for that, indeed. So, you don't have a dream guest, seriously?
No, no. I mean, maybe like some of the authors that
My
I
dream
like.
guest is someone who comes on who's like, I need to know about physics from the perspective of panpsychism. I'll be like, awesome. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I don't see why you. I mean, if you wanted to just ramble, you could just ramble. You don't need a guest. So I mean, you want like a dream student, or you just want a student.
Well, I don't want to dream. Wait, what?
Well, I mean,
I
like a guest. You want just like some sort of. I mean, you're saying you don't want some like one knowledgeable on the topic. You just want someone you could preach to. And as I was saying, I don't think I need that. Like I could just ramble on my own. I don't need a guest. So like that's my content tour of my library. Like if I want, like I don't need a guest to. I could just ramble about Judaism.
Yeah, you have amazing strengths and
I, I
talents for
don't
the
I don't need a
ramble.
guest, and like I think I'll get a few hundred views on it. I think I could actually have potential to maybe even build something up where I could even have 100 live viewers and get 1,000 views. Have to work on it, or maybe in consciousness in general. So that's what I'm thinking of working on. And so maybe even this week I'm going to start a second stream. So like Freemasonry got the best reception, and those were just me showing books. Let alone the Freemasonry actually prepared, added some PowerPoints. Um, so I'm going to continue. I said for the next probably 2 months the tour of my library, and then hopefully maybe even this week I'm going to start just like a weekly lecture where I'll lecture on a topic, and it'll probably be Judaism, and then hopefully I'm going to do a weekly lecture on Judaism, and then after I finish up the tour of my library, I'm going to do a weekly lecture on science, consciousness, um, MTH type topic, and hopefully also start to have interviews.
Wonderful.
I mean, my best bet would probably be to interview authors that have read their books, that have found their books interesting, and have like having regular viewership, because I'm not streaming that much, just so I could have like 20, 30 live viewers, and some sort of active to rebuild up my social media. Maybe if I got like over 1,000 subs on Twitter, and it's really divine providence, like Edward Dutton or something like that. That he's definitely my most viewed video, besides my Ask the Rabbi, the post Adam Green, where I had Handsome Truth on, God forbid. So my most viewed video is Handsome Truth. The and a bunch of counter Semites. But after that, Edward Dutton's by far my most popular video. Still, most weeks my most viewed video um, is Edward Dutton. And like I haven't had you on that video, but I'm saying that still gets like 100 views a week and like tens of view hours. Like every
Yeah,
week.
you had me on to disagree with the Britishman.
You God forbid, like I even get like negative comments about you every once in a while.
Um, Thanks for not repeating them to me.
Um, but just saying, like he's a pretty big guest. Like I mean, like if Ben Shapiro, like but I mean, you just and that was random. Like I didn't plan that. Someone else recommended that, And like people recommend, most of the people recommend are recommending smaller content than mine, either recommending authors that have no channel, no viewers, or smaller content, which I don't mind doing. But if people actually put it through, or like to speak and make content, like I would have smaller content creators, and probably the majority of my guests would be smaller content creators. But if it something came my way where I had a larger content creator, um, and having streaming regularly, um, is the first thing I need to do. So thank God I've streamed every week Wednesday now for 2 months.
Nice job. That's great.
Um, so we'll see next year. Maybe I'll start reaching out to people, and
Someone asked 3 people alive today uh, to interview that you would want to interview.
well, I mentioned that guy Swichtenberg who wrote those books, No Nonsense Physics. I mean, he thought attainable. Like I thought, he's not that big of a personality. Um, but I mean, there's some authors that I like. That I mean, like Stuart Hameroff. I'd like to interview him. Um, I mean, I could think of Jewish authors I'd like to interview. Most of them, uh, I mean, there's a lot of people I wouldn't mind talking to. I don't really have like, I'm not a personality type. I'm more like a subject person. So, and for me, the subject is more important than the personalities behind it. But yeah, on any topic, there's multiple people that would be interesting to talk to. Um, so I have to develop a more, like I just have to stream a little bit more on my own channel, and we'll see how that goes. It's funny that Samish was like telling me like, God forbid I should stop streaming with Charles, because like and they're saying like, well, because like people aren't going to want to get involved with you if you're involved with Charles. And I guess like maybe Charles went off the deep end with Trump and the election trutherism. And I was saying like, like God forbid, who do you have in mind? Like no one wants to talk with me anyways. Like no one has ever once asked Doovid to like come talk to them. Um, like no
Except
Jewish
for
group
me, right? Except for me.
except for you. I mean, I've had some like, but I'm saying no
Because, like,
official.
I'm like an intellectual and whatnot. So you
Well,
think
I
maybe that
mean,
would count
because
for
you're,
something.
well, I mean, you're, I guess, alternative media. That's what I said when the first time we talked. I mentioned that.
I
But I said, like,
appreciate a genuine scholar due to being a
well,
scholar. Appreciate.
alternative. But I was saying no official organization, like no synagogue, no Jewish organization, no, chess club. A few chess clubs have been, like, Doovid is lucky to be like invited to like an all African American chess club in Detroit. Like, and even them, like they're like, oh man, we don't really like, but the only invites that Doovid ever gets is from like all African American chess clubs in Detroit, um, and Jennifer, and like have like Adam Green, some alternative media, but no official organization has ever asked Doovid. I don't think they ever will. So I'm just saying, like, what am I losing from talking to Charles? It's like, oh, who are these people that want to speak to me but won't speak to me because I'm talking with Charles? And like, I don't think they exist because, like, I'm a middle-aged man and no one's ever asked for me to speak to them, and no mainstream organizations ever asked for me to speak to them. Anyways, I don't think they're ever going to. So you got to build up an alternative media. Um, and it's like,
And that is done through networking.
yeah, I mean, so like you and Charles, Luke, um, are all really bad at networking. Like not once like, has Charles had someone like booked me a guest? He's asked me to book him guests, which is pretty hard. But like, not once has he booked me a guest. Not once has he had like he even had like Jay Dyer.
Okay,
Jay Dyer
what
was
can I
supposed.
do for you to make you feel like the value proposition is there for me, or are you just enjoying the venting, complaining?
Well, no, I don't think you have it in you to be like a media personality to like network. So I mean, we could talk about consciousness, and as long as
Well,
you
I
know,
do try to network,
like a
but
public
not
study
with
buddy,
every last person in the world.
but
I like
like
to network with intellectuals.
I mean, I guess you set me up on the plebeians and like the T jumps. I mean, I guess you did set me up with that. Like you try, like um, and you don't really talk to anybody, so like T jump. Um, but like no, I mean you like yeah, I mean you so you did book me on the plebeians, and from that led to me being on T jump, and then even that from there, uh, Charles Moskowitz reached out to T jump and had so like you did book me that one show on the plebeians, and from there on to T
So if
jump.
me helping you out on the internet was an STD, it would be a minor flare up. Gotcha.
Well, no, I'm saying like if you were good at networking and streaming, you would constantly be talking to people and cross networking, like Brittany or something like on politically provoked
It's just
or
that
Andrew.
most people I talk to are introverts, and going on a stream is not something they want to do. And I don't want to ask them, so I don't want to put them in a position where they have to say no. So
Well, it's
I
saying
guess I don't
like,
consider streams to be a great way to. I mean, they're a great way for what I use them for, but most of what I do.
I mean, I think politically provoked when I first came across them had like a smaller channel than me. The Crucible when I first came across them had a smaller channel than me.
Which one?
Crucible and politically provoked. I started sharing them when they had like 1,000 subs.
Okay.
Right? I mean, you remember when I first like shared the Crucible, JF was on, or I shared it because like Cisco or
I
something.
don't. I didn't commit that to memory. I'm not saying it didn't happen though.
I
I'm
mean,
sure.
remember I shared
Sure.
him like over a year ago. I think the first time I shared was like Cisco was on because Cisco's been on Week in Review, and it's like, oh, Cisco, like new show and it JF. But at that point, they had like over 1,000. They had like 1,500 subs. Now they're at over 8,000 subs, and he's doing his stream right now, and they raised $400 to help him buy a new computer, and they have regular programming. But I mean, he did just basic networking, modern day debate. Gave him the code to host debates on their channel. I mean, he just did basic networking, just like politically provoked. They're regular guests, people coming on, and then booked and cross promoted with their guests. So like politically provoked. They shared my channel. They shared a few of my streams. I Brittany was a relatively competent um, networker and host, and even in terms of um, connecting people together. Like okay, well, like why don't for debates or for streams or appearing on other channels. They're just like a skill set that like seeing that uh, um, Luke Ford has never booked me a guest. Luke Ford has never had someone on his channel and be like
Isn't
mention
he
like,
a diagnosed narcissist? Aren't those people like totally only out for themselves?
well, yeah, I mean, possibly. So I said like Charles Moskowitz has
Possibly.
has since I've been working with him, he's interviewed probably like 50 people. Not once has like he tried to book one of them on my show. Luke
Right.
Ford hasn't interviewed that many people, like since, but like Luke Ford never
Why
once tried
would
to
he
book.
though? Because it's the whole narcissism thing, right? Like
Look, I mean, both of
Doesn't that
them are large.
contradict the
Both of them are
principle of
largely
narcissism?
failures. You be a narcissist. I mean, just because he's a narcissist means he enjoys failing.
It just means
Um,
that it wouldn't occur to him to help someone else due to being
I
totally
mean,
self-oriented.
not my. I think Brittany and Andrew Wilson are probably both also, narcissists,
But they
sociopaths.
see socializing as something good for their narcissism, whereas Luke doesn't.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, they're just good at networking. That's why
Well,
they
Luke's
built success.
concept of clout is different, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, God forbid if you put like Luke and Charles are media failures. Brittany and Andrew are media, minor but successes. Just in the last 2 years, like Luke still has a hard time breaking 20 people on his show. Um, Charles Moskowitz, like hardly anyone watches the show. He's not even like I don't even have access to his numbers. Like he streams to like 20 platforms to get like 50 people in total to watch it. Um, like if it's narcissistic, but no, I don't think that. Um, I mean, they're older. Like, they would just be like boomer, but I don't think that Brittany or Andrew are less of a narcissist or sociopaths than Charles or Luke. They're just good at what they do, as opposed to Charles and Luke are not good at what they do. They're not good at networking. They're too selfish. Like they don't play the game nicely, and therefore the other people don't you work together. And even narcissists, like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. One hand washes the other. You could be a sociopath narcissist like Andrew or Brittany and still be successful. Like
What are you talking about? Never mind. Let's not even go there.
I'm
Um,
making the point there's networking that makes for successful streaming. There's a reason why Andrew Wilson and Brittany are both profitable streamers who get hundreds of viewers, live now multiple nights a week. That they followed a formula and they found success. And there's a reason why Luke and Charles are failures. I mean, the fact is, I have more subs than Luke does.
just to comment on the chat, you'll always have jobs for assistants because people who are competent to do a job don't necessarily know why they're competent, and an assistant can help kind of fill in those gaps to some extent. So,
Yeah, I mean, but I just make the point, like, reasonable what it takes to be successful in streaming. And so I'm just mentioning, like, so I put you, like, you're not really good at networking. Um, like Luke Charles, not really good at networking. I don't know if John Wolf, he's probably also not good at networking. Um, Brundle was good at networking. Babs was good at networking. That sense of streaming, like I think I'm pretty good at networking. Like, I think I largely understand what it takes to make a successful show. You have to have the personality to do it, but I mean, the networking is a key part. And I mean, so we'll see. We'll see what happens, and it may not be relevant to what we're doing.
this has a small audience and always will. And if you did something that had a big audience, I'd be super happy about it. Yay. Hope that worked.
Yeah, I mean, I said this is kind of just like a public study session, like a study buddy thing that we do
To me,
publicly.
every single thing I've ever done is a public study session. And the ones with you are hella good. Not that others haven't been good too, but
No, I
study
mean, they're not
session,
good at all. They're not
well, in
good
my opinion.
content at all. I'm
My
saying, okay,
opinion.
it might be a progress, but I mean, they're poor media content.
Well, progress is sometimes slow, but I see
We're
the
not
value in
making
putting
any,
that
we're
out.
not making any progress towards making this into good media content.
Dark Matter and Battle Rap says drones and rovers will be delivering packages as well as, and most jobs will actually be replaced. I'm skeptical even about that because you're going to eventually run into like shortages. Not necessarily going to be able to make batteries forever. That's based on having a bunch of stuff to make those batteries out of. You run out of one of those critical things, well, you're in trouble. I mean, tech does evolve. We can see that, but I just think it's really like to say where this is going in the future would be like to predict what was going to happen 1995 with regards to the .com bust or boom or whatever I call it.
Yeah, I think it's like what Charles Moskowitz, God forbid, got kicked off of YouTube, and he was like, if he's like, I feel so relieved, now he's on an alternative platform. He can just say what he wants without worrying about it. And it's thinking like, well, now you can just say what you want to nobody listening. And so like, if you want to produce good content, it has to be produced. It has to have the value proposition to
Right.
the audience. And writing is also similar. Like writing is tailored for the audience, and that's why it's uh, stressful. It's a lot of work. It's because you're not doing what you want. You're doing a product for other people.
That's why I love it so much because it's such a service.
But I mean, if you're like Charles Moskowitz, who's like, but saying like, no, man, it's a service that no, that you're not like, like to who to like nobody that listens. So I mean, so you want to
To
do a
anyone
service.
who might care about consciousness,
But I mean, saying that like Sabina Hassenfeld or something, if you actually cared to produce a service, then you would produce a product for the general at large.
that
Like
will
not just
come
like
in time once I've spent enough time with the public, and I'm not at that point yet. And I want to
like
skew
make educational videos like Sabina Hassenfelder or something, and you could look like, oh man,
that
these
may
are
not be
horrible.
the medium of the future, though. Like, what if that's just not what grabs people's attention in the future?
Well, that's one of the most. She's one of the most popular science. By saying that if you were going to produce a product for the general public. It wouldn't be just like, oh, I'm talking and randomly to some of my friends and putting on YouTube. You would have to produce a product
Like a book.
like a book where it's saying like,
Yeah.
I don't care what you think, you have to put it into a standard format so it could be understood to the wider public because it's in a standard format. So in the same way, like writing, it has to be standardized in a standard format and in a way where you're using words and all the various things that we've talked about. The same thing with streaming. If you want to stream, you want to reach a wider audience, you have to put it in a standard format in a way that will be uh, digestible by a larger public. And so it takes the fun out of it. um,
Am I allowed to find it fun?
well, you find work fun, right? So you just find talking fun,
I
but
find the idea of companionship when doing something scholarly to be quite delicious indeed.
yeah, but saying that's not good streaming. It's not a good product.
Well, it is for 14 people watching right now.
Well, maybe, but I'm saying even then, may you see the value proposition of even the people that tune in, what they're tuning in for. If it's um,
As if anyone has ever known why they did anything in the history of everything. Just saying, I mean, it's always a level of uncertainty, isn't there?
well, yeah. So I guess we'll keep on doing the research. Anything else you wanted to talk about?
Well, I wanted to know your feedback on the writing. I mean, that was sort of the most important thing of how it sounded. If does it stir? Is it easier to read or what? Especially this one. I made an introduction and a conclusion. I was pretty
What
happy
you
with
made or
that.
the computer made?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, I can't help you with your writing if you're just giving me the computer. Like, it's not
Well,
helping me with
if
your
I can
writing.
if I can create it, then it's my writing, you know.
No,
So,
I mean, you're submitting someone else's work. If the
no,
computer
I'm
can
not.
create good writing for you, you don't need my help as a writing coach. You could just have the computer produce good writing for
Well,
you.
I wanted to know if you thought it was okay. And by the way, the computer didn't produce this. I had to edit this down from something that was probably 5 times this long. So, the computer didn't just it's not like I just pushed one button and boom, this was done. No. It was very Did you even read them or no?
I skimmed through them, but I mean, I didn't get much out of it. I mean, they still kind of seem like lists, and even the introduction was like didn't seem like a proper introduction, and it was less interesting because it was computer generated. Like, if I was doing it like as a favor to you to help your writing, then but to just like try to edit computer simulated writing wasn't
You don't
interesting.
have to edit it. I just wanted to know if you thought it was better than what I normally write.
Well, I mean, better. I mean, but you didn't normally. I can't compare it like because it's not you.
It is me.
No, I
You're
mean,
acting like Stephen Hawking's text to speech isn't him talking. And I realize that's not the perfect metaphor here. And I am super sad about people whose
no, I'm
jobs
saying
are affected by this.
it doesn't
I
even
am
sound like
super
you.
sad about anybody who gets like automated out of job slash, any type of job loss sucks. Obviously, I'm pro, you know, government giving everybody a job. What were you saying?
Well, it didn't even sound like you, but
Good.
I was saying. I mean, if we want, we could look at it briefly, but um,
It didn't sound like me. I mean, that's the biggest compliment you could ever give. It's
it,
like, are you
it did.
saying, I hope you're not saying you're disappointed that my shit writing doesn't sound like me.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, if I don't see it like if you want to use the computer for your writing, like go ahead. But it doesn't. It doesn't really interest me. I'll read this just quickly. To Entanglement is a mysterious and fascinating phenomenon in quantum physics that has puzzled scientists and philosophers for decades. It involves the idea that particles can become entangled, meaning they can affect each other's properties even when separated by large distances. The concept is closely tied to the idea of non dualism, which suggests that all things are interconnected and there's no separation between different objects or phenomenon. I don't really see how it's connected to that at all, but entanglement and superposition, another key concept in quantum physics, also play a role in understanding the nature of boundaries and non dualism. In this essay, we'll explore these topics in more detail and consider how they can help us better understand the mysteries of the universe. So, the main theme of this essay is the relationship between entanglement, non dualism, and the concept of boundaries, with a focus on how these concepts relate to the superposition in quantum physics.
So was that like horrible or just, yeah, basically another list?
Well, it was more in the line of a proper format, so it wasn't like you're writing because it was more.
Like, I mean, I think it might help to think of this as some type of a learning disability, for me on my end.
Yes, I mean, I don't think we're making progress though. So I mean, and even like doing it with the computer, I mean, missing the it's still missing the your relationship to the topic. So I mean, the introduction, this and this still doesn't have you're the author's relationship to the topic. Um, and it seemed a little like run-on sentence that were only loosely connected. I mean, like Rand. Okay, entanglement is mysterious and fascinating phenomenon in quantum physics that has puzzled scientists and philosophers for decades. It involves the idea that particles can become they affect each other's properties even when separated by large distances. This concept is closely tied to the idea of non dualism, which suggests that all things are interconnected and there's no separation between different objects or phenomenon. I don't see at all that that's why non dualism suggests that at all.
Okay, so that was just the computer making a introduction out of a list of the paragraphs. So it sucked. It was unclear, but it was about as good as anything, probably better than anything I've ever written. So that's why I'm so optimistic. And the reason I didn't have time to go over the introduction is because I just wrote that today. So
Um,
the other one, unfortunately, is just a list of definitions, which I can go over that later.
yeah, I mean, it's still not in paragraph format. Like, so entanglement is a phenomenon in quantum mechanics that can be difficult to understand for a number of reasons. One reason is that it goes against our classical intuitions. Then another reason, these issues highlight the need for an intuitive doctrine of entanglement. So, I mean, I guess if it was just put into a paragraph, for whatever reason, like it's not in paragraph format. Um, I mean, this could probably be edited into an essay.
More easily than my first writing.
And it's still unclear, like that, like you said, the who, what, why, and how. So you're still not coming like the who.
What's the how is the writing? How am I going to explain it with writing? So it's like I don't need to say that. Who's writing it? Me. How's it being written with words? Why am I doing it to explain it? Like I don't need to say that stuff. I can write that at the end. How many times do I have to go over that? Are you stressing
No,
on
but I can't read it. It's
stupid
unreadable.
technicality?
It's unreadable. That's the most important thing, to be able to read it. So if you have the what and the how, but you're missing the who and the why, and the computer might have generated some sort of like platitude for the why, like, oh, these are the mysterious important questions of the world, and so delving into them will help us understand these important mysteries, which is basically just a platitude. But
What's wrong with writing a platitude?
because it's
They
unreadable.
can't. They can't
It's
all be winners.
unreadable. Like, I looked at it and it was just unreadable. Like, I skimmed it and it was just unreadable. Like you need to take a person on a journey, and you do that by the who and the why. I mean, at least you somewhat have the what and the how, but you don't have the who and the why.
The
And
who and the
so
why isn't relevant here. The who and the
it
why
is
is not
relevant. It's not.
it's not
It's not.
relevant in a textbook. I told you to look at this as though it's a textbook. Is the who and why relevant in a textbook? Only in the introduction.
Well, yeah, I'm saying the who is.
Nobody gives a shit why someone wrote
Well,
a
yeah, because
textbook. Dedicated to my mother. End of story.
well, because the who is saying, okay, I'm being lied to. If the who is to say this essay was generated by, um, saying, like, if this computer is generated by um, your computer chat function, and you don't tell me that, I feel like I'm being lied to, and so it's
But
annoying
I
to read it
told you already.
because the
You.
who is a liar, because they're saying, well,
Oh
who
my
wrote
god.
this? The who wrote it is a liar. The who wrote it is a person who basically plagiarized from some computer chat function. And so I'm saying that, like, that's one reason, because, like, the who is important. So if the who is like, um if you just answer it like I used a computer uh to generate this or whatever. Otherwise, um the who is implied, and then say the who implied is a liar, that doesn't isn't being honest with me, and then you can't really read the essay, because whoever, the who of the authorship of the essay, is dishonest. So there's like, why am I reading an author who's dishonest? So I mean, you really have to answer this who and why right in the introduction, or it's borderline unreadable.
It's just ironic because already know that stuff. And I told you I'd be writing that at the end. End, which I'm nowhere near. So I don't know why you have to keep bringing it up. Just
Because
curious.
it's unreadable. If it doesn't have an introduction, it's unreadable.
So you couldn't read a chapter out of a textbook and make sense of it.
If it was missing the introduction, probably not. I mean, just like the chunking,
Oh, so you need to read the introduction of a textbook in order to understand it.
well, I mean, even the introduction of a chapter. I mean, occasionally, like if you know exactly what you're looking for, you could jump right to that section. Um, you like if there was some theorem, and but no, I mean, each chapter also has an introduction. Each um, paragraph is an introductory sentence. So I mean, like it's just unreadable when it lacks that format. I mean, I could read through it, just like force myself to
You
read
realize
it. Just like,
it would take me a really long time to write that, to the point that it wouldn't even make sense.
no, I mean, I don't realize because like basically every time I write in format. Like
You
I
don't seem
stop.
to understand that qualifying someone as an expert on consciousness is extremely complicated. I've said this like a trillion times.
Yeah, I mean, so what does that have to do with what I'm talking about? You don't have to
Because
qualify
you're
if
saying, why should you talk about the topic? Answer, because I'm an expert on consciousness. Next question, why am I expert on consciousness? Huge topic, not a short thing to explain.
no, I don't. I mean, because that's it's even more annoying because like you're not even paying attention. You don't even understand what I said, even
You're
though I said
saying
the
the
same thing.
who and the why aren't there, and so it doesn't make sense. And I'm saying, okay,
Yeah, so the who and why, like you don't
you're going
the
to be
who.
waiting a long time, which is fine, but
So
that's
you're saying the who has to be this qualified expert, and I say no. I just need to know who the who is. I don't need to know that the who is a qualified expert. Even if you're not a qualified expert, you could still answer the who.
traditionally you have to qualify yourself as an expert when you're
No,
writing.
you don't. You just have to answer
Okay, well,
the
in my
who.
opinion, you do. Answering the who entails qualifying your domain of understanding.
No, I mean, it's almost
In my
irritating
opinion,
because I've told you this 100 times.
that's what it
You,
entails. You
you,
are
in
free
order
to
to write
disagree,
a
but in my
proper
opinion, I
essay,
disagree.
even if you're an elementary school kid with no expertise, you need the who. I need to know who is writing this essay and why they're writing the essay.
Mm.
The answer to the who does not need to be the who is a
Well,
qualified
what if
expert.
I don't
You
know
could be a
those
little
answers?
kid in a classroom assignment that's writing an essay because your teacher made you.
What if I don't have answers to those questions?
You don't have an answer to the who that's writing this essay, then it's unreadable.
Okay, we've been over this.
And that's why your writing's unreadable. You have to answer the who and the why up front, or else it's unreadable. And the answer to the who does not need to be a qualified expert. It just needs to be, I am writing this essay. I am, the person who finds the subject interest in sharing with you, and the reason why you are reading this in the in the light of the person who wrote the essay, why they think you would be reading this, why you are writing it. So you could be okay. I'm writing this because someone asked me to. Why as a lesson, for a few, but whatever it is, it doesn't have to be a qualified expert. The answer to the who,
According to my tradition, it does, but I guess that
no.
doesn't
You're
matter.
saying only a qualified expert could write?
If you're
Only a
going to say
qualified
who you
expert could
are, you
write
have
in
to
proper
qualify your
format?
expertise.
If you're not, you're saying according to your tradition, if you're not a qualified expert, you're
No,
not allowed to write?
no, I didn't say that. I said if you're going to write something and identify yourself as a who, you have to qualify your expertise.
You shouldn't say who you are writing. Like if you write
Yeah.
you're just nonsensical. All writing needs to have the who and the why, or else it's unintelligible.
What about the Bible? I guess the Bible's unintelligible then.
Well, yeah, the Bible needs to be taught. I mean, that's one of the reasons
There
that
you go.
that's one of the reasons that the Bible can't be you really read. It has to be taught because it doesn't have the who and the why, and the presumption the who is God and the why is to teach these great teachings. But that generally that's like no. I mean, you can't just pick up the Bible and read it. And that's in essence, you're right. The reason you can't pick up the Bible and read it is because the Bible doesn't answer for you the who and the why. But any of these books on my shelf, I could pick up and read because they answer any article I could pick up and read because it answers the who and the why.
Okay, well, I just don't think about things in that sense. Who and why aren't concepts that really make a lot of
'Cause,
sense to me.
you're like Luke or Charles Moskowitz. The point is, you show no consideration for the reader, and you don't even care that you show no consideration for the reader.
If I
And that's
didn't
why
care, I
no
wouldn't be
reader in their
here
right
talking
mind
about it.
is going to read your crap because it's obvious to the reader that you have no consideration for them. She's like, whoever wrote this crap, I don't care. I don't even want to look at it because the author completely disregards me as the reader. Doesn't even want to tell me who or why. So I mean, that's why you're reading. That's why your writing is crap. Because any
It's really
reader,
a weird commentary to
because
have
any
on an
reader,
authorless
because
writing.
you have no consideration for your reader. I mean, you're just that selfish. You don't even give a crap to be a little considerate to your reader.
Well, I just kind
And
of
so
feel
no
like
wonder no one
you're
wants
being
to read your
oppressive,
writing
It
because you
just
have
seems
no
oppressive.
consideration for your reader.
It just seems really oppressive to insist that there's a who and a why at the beginning when I just told you I don't have a conception of that, and so you just ignore it. So it's like, okay,
Because
well,
you
the
you have
writing
to
is for other people, so I don't really give a shit if you think it seems selfish because I know that that's not true.
I'm saying it's the fundamental of the introduction, the who, what, why, and how.
Okay, well then
You have to
I think you
be
should take up the
considerate to your
issue with
reader
like the
and tell
Bible
them
then.
upfront in the introduction who, what, why, and how. And if
Sure,
you don't,
sure.
the reader is lacking that information, and it's very difficult to intake the information without that being told upfront. And so if the reader's looking at like this author is extremely inconsiderate and is not,
Also, an author who doesn't explain their intention in the beginning of a writing is totally inconsiderate and selfish. Interesting.
but yeah, basically,
Okay. Any
and that's
exceptions
what
to
you
that?
keep on telling me. It's like, well, you're like, oh, you should write for for yourself, and so obviously you are writing for yourself because the way you're writing, no one in the right mind's ever going to read it. And like, if
Well,
you did want
what
other
happens
people to
when you
read it,
write for
you'd have to
yourself
show
is
a little bit of consideration to the reader, which you don't. Just to think, like, think from the reader's perspective. How the hell are they going to understand what you're saying? So give them a clear introduction.
so
What do
you're
they need to,
insisting that I
what
think about things
information
from the
does the
reader's
reader need to
perspective
know?
again.
Well, obviously, who, what, why, and how.
All right.
What am I reading about? Who is writing this thing that I'm reading? Why did they write it? And how are they going to tell me about it? How are they going to tell me how how should I intake what they're about to tell me? I mean, just it's the most basic. I don't even send what you possibly can't understand about it. Like the who, what, why, and how. Tell the reader that up front, and if you don't, it makes it near impossible for the reader to read what you're writing.
Sure. And I told you I'd do that after I had figured everything out in the writing. But yeah,
So I'll read
you
your
insist
writing
I do
after
that
you
at
figure
the
that
end.
out, because until you figure that out, your reading is unintelligible. So I mean, whatever, but like I can't help you if you're writing it because I can't intake your writing until you could answer these basic. All I want to know is who, what, why, and how.
Yeah.
and like you're too selfish. You refuse to tell me.
That's just really strange way to qualify it.
But by accusing you of being selfish, that your writing's bad
Well, it's
because you're
just weird
selfish.
that you know, choose this to be upset over.
Well, yeah,
And I
because it's
doubt that
because
all the books you've read have had all that information in them.
of course they do. I mean, it's ABCs of writing. You need an introduction. It needs to answer who, what, why, and how.
Well, not in all cases.
Well, there might be an exception to it, but then you get the like, why do I? Then you're being at least explain why you're being inconsiderate to the reader, why you're not answering these basic questions that's expected to be answered up front.
I didn't know there was rules for writing like that.
Well, obviously, just look at your essay. Like, obviously, you didn't know that there's rules for writing. I mean, God forbid, like that's obvious you didn't know there was rules for writing. Otherwise, like, there's no way it would look like that. You don't even have paragraphs.
Well, the definitions, I was really happy because
Like, I was never told that you're supposed to write in paragraphs.
I
Like,
was
who
able
told,
to
who told me? Like, I never heard of such a thing as paragraphs.
I was able to get it to like give me an opinion on what it thought about definitions.
And I guess the computer didn't notice to recommend paragraphs.
It doesn't work on that level. But distinguishing between the concepts of self and mind helps to clarify the nature of consciousness and the fundamental principles that underlie the universe.
Computer
The
probably also can't work on the level of the narrative voice. The computer, like, to say, did you give an introduction that answered who, what, why, and how? And you don't need a where and when for the where and when, because obviously the where is here in this essay and the when is now. Um, but the computer probably can't decipher that. So if you gave your computer like to pull out,
it was able to give me opinions on definitions. It wouldn't
but
be
I
able
say,
to give an opinion on a narrative voice. Something like that would be not. That would be
but I say
down to a
your average even uneducated human reader, let's say like look at this essay and answer who, what, when, and how, that they would be able to pull that out. As where the computer may not be able to pull that out, it may be very difficult to program a computer to figure that information out.
Well, I
Even
could
though,
ask it, I could take that essay now, shove it into the chat GPT and ask it, what kind of a person wrote this essay? Just kidding.
I mean, have you tried that?
No, I hadn't, it hadn't occurred. Sorry for laughing. It hadn't occurred to me yet to do that. It would be shocking if it were able to answer that question though coherently, wouldn't it? Like I almost don't want the answer. Like does come a point where it starts to get scary.
Well, I mean, God forbid, like, I mean, you're inconsiderate to the reader, and therefore, no one wants to read it.
My stuff's been
Just
read
like,
before. It just needs more work. Stuff just
well,
takes
I'm saying
time. I get it.
just because you're not considerate to your reader.
See, this kind of negativity is just totally, not helpful. You know,
No, that's the essential help. Like that's
you
the
don't get to
problem.
be like,
The
don't
problem is
you
that
understand? Like, if you,
you're an inconsiderate author.
I don't respond to this type of whatever it is. So,
Feedback.
try something else.
Well, I'm saying
Ascribing
like
motive to me doesn't work because it's like, from where I'm coming from, I'm doing a service and helpful for people.
if you were doing a service, you would be considerate to the people you're
You
doing.
don't get to tell me what a service looks like, and you don't get to fucking read my mind and tell me what my intentions are here. And it's very hurtful to say that I'm being selfish because I'm not.
Well, I mean that's why I purposely phrased it that way and saying the reason your writing is poor is because you're selfish.
Yeah, I still need to work on writing better. That doesn't make me selfish. Maybe you're projecting.
No,
But
no,
that has nothing to do with me, okay?
no,
I
man,
know my own motives,
because
okay? There are
you
some things that
refuse
I
to
do
you
for slightly
refuse
more
to
selfish reasons, and writing isn't one of them.
you
I do
refuse
writing
to
as a personal training thing, which you're not doing because you're not, on as many levels of do you even lift bro as I am, which is fine. But space facts.
yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, say like that, if you try to be a little bit more considerate,
If you want to
maybe,
help me, you can criticize the stuff on the level of the ideas, but your rant here just tells me you have no criticism against the idea, no meaningful feedback against any of the content. You just want to wail about something I've already told you is not within my skill set right now to answer.
to write an introduction.
Yeah, it's not my fucking skill set. That's why I said I needed help. But I'm not going to waste a bunch of time on something I know for a fact any answer I come up with is going to to be bullshit. Because the answer's
Yes,
not
I
fucking
just
doesn't
phrase it in a way
fucking
like
exist.
you're not
The
even
who and the
considering
why
enough to your reader
doesn't
to write an
exist.
introduction. You don't even have enough consideration to your reader to write an introduction.
It's nothing to do with the reader.
I mean, think like, oh, like how could I be a little bit more considerate to the reader? Maybe I could write an introduction. Maybe I could answer who, what, why, and how
I could make
right
up
away in the
answers that
introduction
don't
to the
exist.
reader, so they know what the hell they're looking at, how they're going to be told something, who's telling them, and why they're telling them that.
Okay, and if there's no who,
If there's no who, there's no writing.
well, clearly there's writing.
No, there isn't clearly writing.
Well, there's a list of definitions that you could comment on or not. But the
Well,
AI
I mean,
already
the list
commented on them and
that
said
you
he
just
thought it was great.
copied and pasted from the computer. What's the comment on? Like, okay, like, oh, I copied and pasted a bunch of definitions from the dictionary. Would you want to comment? If you at least tell me like why you copied and pasted a bunch of definitions from the dictionary or from the computer,
Well, it's
maybe.
my definition. I have 4 definitions together that are circular within the set of 4 definitions. And I just asked the AI what it thought of the definitions, and it answered it, and it seemed to make it more clear. So there's like self, mind, thought, and consciousness, and they're similar but slightly different attributes. And so this is sort of the stage pre-writing where I'm deciding if these like definitions are kind of, I don't want to say good enough, but I really want to avoid if there's a mistake on a theoretical level in definition, like at this point, to avoid that mistake. So that's why it's like spending so much time in definitions rather than an introduction, because it's just like probably seems weird. But for me, it's just like the only way I'm going to get anything out is by being pretty confident that the definitions are workable. Because the definition's not like the answer is not in the definition. Um, but you need to have good definitions to get the answer. So, and what makes a definition good is sort of a public discourse to some extent, not fully, but there needs to be some level of public discourse. So that's why I really appreciate this because it is helpful. And I mean that if you don't have any comment on the definitions, that's fine. And I am sorry that it's frustrating that I don't have any way to introduce myself as the author, but it's just like you're not maybe conceiving of what an enormous task that would be for me. Basically, a question without an answer. But I mean, you had the same
Yeah, I mean, God
thing.
forbid, but
That's why you stopped
when you leave
writing.
it open, then I have to put something there, and what I want to put there
I can't just know a bunch about consciousness.
is selfishness. So put
Okay,
that there.
well,
Put
okay,
that
well,
there. I'm just a person who knows a lot about consciousness and wants to share. But if you don't put something there, so
people
like
are
the
going to
implied,
project their own stuff on me. Okay, what else is new?
well, I'm saying the implied subject. So if you don't fill it in for me, I'm going to have to put something there, and it makes me feel that you're selfish. That why won't you tell me this? And you say, well, I don't have an answer. It's like, what the hell does that mean? I don't have an answer.
because I just don't think about it ever.
Something you can't figure it out, like, oh, like you just, what you
I
put,
can
like,
I can estimate it, but then it's a lie. You want me to lie? You want me to start off teachings with a lie? It's like, no, let's put that at the end when
no, but
it's
when you
less
don't put
important.
it, it's a lie.
No, when I do put it, it's a lie. When I don't put it, it's not defined yet. But as soon as I define it, put it into words, it's less accurate. And it's a concept, it's just, it's
Well, you
not on my
can't.
mind. It's
Well,
not on
you
my
can't.
mind. Maybe you sit
You
around
can't
wondering,
read
who
it.
am
You
I?
can't.
But I don't do that, okay? I just think about like math and stuff. I already don't give a shit that I don't have whatever it is. I don't
Yeah,
wonder,
I
who
mean, it
am
should
I?
just be blatantly like, if you yourself can't answer the who and the why, then the reader, just the answer is there is no like. Why should you read this? Like the author doesn't even think you should read it. So like, why I waste my time reading this? The author himself doesn't even think it's worth their time to read.
Himself. Anyway, the thing is that not
You just
having
can't.
a motive.
It's why it's the introduction. Like you can't do the introduction last. You have to do the introduction first.
The thing about a motive is that you have to have some level of attachment to have motives. It, I just don't really function like that. So I can either lie or I can sort of poetically try to sort of whatever it is,
Well, meaning to say that there's really no
wallpaper over
reason.
it.
There's no reason for anyone to read what you're writing.
Why do I need to have personhood for anybody, for people to want to read what I write? I just don't think that's.
Well, I mean, you agree there's no reason for anyone to read what you're writing.
People care. I agree that I don't have the same concept of who and why as most people, but I don't think that that means that I don't have anything. I think that people maybe need to see that it's possible to live this way and that it's a better state of mind and happier.
But you can't write that.
I could say I don't have a who and a why, and it makes me happy, but that's a bit of a stretch to say that that's why. I mean, I know it's connected, but to point to it as a cause is sort of perhaps, I don't know.
Because you're just not communicating, and like writing is communicating, and it's in like, which is the most basic, like who, what, why, and how. And like, if you can't answer those questions, you can't write.
Yeah, I just don't think that's.
I mean, you're writing, but I mean, there's
Organic.
just like, it's just like random stuff on a page that like even I can't read. I mean, I could read it, I could say what it says, but it's like it's not speaking to me. It's not taking me anywhere. I don't even know why I'm reading it. Besides, like that you asked me to,
Yeah, well,
and then even you're like telling me, well, why'd you ask me to read this? Because like, well, I don't know. And then you get upset when I like
I'm
ask you.
not upset. I don't like being called selfish when that's not a fact, but I thought I made
That's
it
the
clear.
voice that's
Their
the voice.
definition.
Well, I mean, I told you you're selfish because you're not showing consideration, like selfish. You're only thinking about yourself, not the reader. That's the definition of selfish. If you were selfless, you were not selfish, you would be thinking about the reader's perspective.
And I guess you're so selfless, creating no writing, right?
Well, I've created writing. I'm not writing on a regular basis. I'm saying you're the only one asking me asking about it, and like I would create
Because I
writing if there
understand the
was
value of it.
interest, and that's why like that's one of the reasons I'm not writing, because like I don't have a why.
Right. Well, my why is to help people.
Well, so put that. So be considerate to your reader and tell them that's why you're doing it.
Okay. So if I put a sentence at the beginning, I wrote this to help people, all of a sudden that makes a difference. Hi, I'm Jen and I have a degree in physics and I wrote this to help people, and that I mean that's clearly not what you're
It
that
is.
wouldn't be that
It
wouldn't
is.
be
And I'm
enough.
saying, I mean, you flow it in with it with your article, but yeah, you have to answer the who and the why. If that's your answer, that's your answer.
Well,
but with like leaving that answer is not
It's
writing.
just weird that you can't make sense of what I wrote without that information that you already know about me. You already know I have a degree in physics, and you already know I want to help people. But what else do you need? Like, you're saying it's not coherent. It's like one
I'm
doesn't
not
seem
saying
to
I
really
mean, you're
connect.
writing it. It's saying like you're writing. It has to have purpose and has to have the clear purpose expressed to the reader. So like, especially when it's a longer piece, when you're like taking person on a journey and it's just unclear, like it just you like a random list that you if you tell me like where are you taking me, why are you taking me there, and if you don't
Okay,
tell
where am
me
I taking you and why am I taking you there? I can do that. Where are we going? Okay.
and saying it really
Why?
is selfishness. Like, I'm going to pick on this, but it's selfishness that you're not being considerate to the reader. I want to know where you're taking me and why. And if you don't
Where
tell
are
me
we
that, I'm
going and
considering it inconsiderate and selfish. I need to know where you're taking me and why you're taking me there. And I can't come up with any other reason than your selfishness that you wouldn't tell me that information.
well, that's what you get for trying to ascribe motives.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I mean, well,
It's unfortunate that
you
you
can think
haven't
of another
learned
reason why
to
the person won't tell
not
me
ascribe motives.
where they're taking me and why they're taking me there, other than selfishness.
I don't practice ascribing
What
motives
other
to people
possible reason could the person refuse to tell me where they're taking me and why they're taking me there?
because the answer just doesn't exist because they've never thought about it. I'm sure there's other reasons too.
Well,
Daryl
there's no
says people
purpose.
don't normally read things to know about the author. It's true because, like, I feel bad that I've like sometimes read stuff without even glancing
I
at
don't need a
info about the
bio,
author.
you don't need to give a biography. You just need a basic who. But I mean, the key thing, like, where are you taking me and why are you taking me there? And you're not being considerate to the reader unless you tell them that up front.
Okay, well, I can work on that, and I completely agree with that criticism. That doesn't involve me talking about the who and the why. So if that's
I
enough,
said the
then
why. Where are you taking me and
no,
why
I'm
are you
talking
taking
about
me
the
there?
why am I doing this?
Well, you do. You have to tell me why are you taking me there?
Why I'm
Where are you
taking you
taking me and
something,
why?
and okay, where why I'm if you think those are the same question, great. But why I'm taking you somewhere and why I'm motivated to do this stuff, that's not the same thing. So as long as it's just where I'm taking you and why we're going there.
The reader,
Yes,
anybody that reading your
yes, I get it. I get the concept.
where are you taking the
I can do
reader
that.
and why are you taking them there?
Yeah, that's cool.
And
I
it's
can do
saying
that.
it really is selfishness for you not to tell them that
How many times do you think you have to say that before it
until you
becomes
tell
true?
me where you're taking me and why you're taking me there.
And at that point, I won't be selfish anymore.
Yes.
It's very logical.
That point you will showed some consideration for the reader that you're not showing for whatever reason. You just lack empathy and consideration for the reader, presumably because you're selfish. So once you show some empathy and consideration for the reader, I won't have to ascribe the motive of selfishness to you. I mean, there could be some other
Or you
reason.
could just stop ascribing motives because it's a total Buzz Killington.
Well, it's because it's because I mean because it's really you're violating the Ahimsa principle by not showing consideration to the
Oh,
reader.
really? Because it seems like you're the one who's putting a bunch of insults to me, and that's
Well,
what
I
it
am
seems
because
like.
I'm limiting the harm to you're
So how
causing to
ahimsa
any
is that to just be constantly insulting me? I wonder.
because
But
I'm
don't
trying to
even bring
limit
a
the
him.
harm that
Let's
you're
not
causing
bring
to
it.
your readers.
Let's not bring
I'm causing
the
harm
hymns
to
into
you
this.
in order to limit the harm that you're causing to your readers.
Then start by
Think of all the harm that you're causing
start
your
with you.
readers by
Start by your
failing
own
to tell
speed.
them where you're taking them and why you're taking them there.
Just sounds like you're selfishly projecting impossible
No,
standards because you're afraid of
these
being
are very
obsolete.
possible standards. I'm standing up for your reader that you're unnecessarily harming. Doovid is protecting the weak
Oh, it's harmful to
against
have
you,
something with nothing
you who
at
are
the beginning.
harming your reader. Doovid is standing up for your reader
Oh, wow.
who are
How
you are
noble.
harming.
I'm really glad you're against books that don't have any introduction or say what the fuck they're
You are
actually about.
causing unnecessarily pain to your reader, and Doovid is standing up to you on
The
behalf
pain
of
of it
your
all.
reader.
The pain of it all. The
Yes,
suffering.
the
I
readership
have
demands to
unleashed a
know where
tidal
you're
wave of
taking them
suffering
and why you're taking them there. Why are you causing so much pain
by
by not
failing to
telling your by
explain why I did something and how
yeah, where are you
and
taking me?
who
Why are
I
you taking
am
me there?
in advance of
I don't
everything.
want to go there if you're not. I
I'm the worst
refuse.
person in the world.
I'm not interested in your surprise trip. I insist that you tell me where and why beforehand, or I'm not going.
I
I
guess
don't
you
want
know
to be
why I don't read
surprised.
books now.
I don't want to be surprised. I
I guess you know
demand
I
to
guess
know beforehand where you're
why do you
taking me
read
and why
books
you're
then?
taking me there
Why do you read books then?
to gain information, understand ideas.
But they don't provide the information you've asserted.
Basically, all the books that I read apply that information right in the beginning, in the introduction.
Okay, so the books about consciousness, why do the people say they should be writing about consciousness?
Why? To help explain consciousness, to help the reader understand consciousness better.
I'm writing about consciousness to help people understand consciousness better. That's why they say they're writing about it. To me, that's not really an answer.
Some version of it. Yes, they all have the where, the who, what, why, and how. We say the where is more metaphorical, and it is lack of consideration for
It's
your
weird
reader.
just because the more you double down, the less I want to do it for some reason. I think it's just my psychology.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. So I mean, that's why it's been like a year, and like your writing's still unreadable.
So why do you keep doubling down if it's making me resistant?
Because until you do this, your writing will be unreadable.
So I guess you can't control yourself.
No, I mean, saying we could just give up on your writing, but you're like, no, I mean, like until you have an introduction, until you follow like the basic protocol, like I mean, it's really just scratches, cut and paste, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's not writing. I mean, if you want to give up, you could give up, but or if you want, we just, like I could give up. Like I mean, like I'm not getting paid to do this. Like, what's it matter to me if like if you don't figure out how to write?
Um, I
You're
don't
gonna
know what to
blame it
say
on me.
then.
You're gonna blame it on me that like you
I'm not going to
don't.
ever blame you for anything, frankly. I'm not the type of person. I don't sit around wondering what people's motives are because I don't focus on those things. I just focus on like meditation type stuff, but and I don't want to write about it too. But I know you can't really write about that stuff because it's like abstract and stuff. So no, I wouldn't blame you. I appreciate the feedback. Like I honestly agree that it's not structured enough. But I guess I wanted to know if it was like any better than usual, and this was because I had included like more historical information, and if that's like a relatively good amount of historical information to include.
Yeah, I, mean, I can't get past it. Like you're gonna have to give a proper introduction. So I mean, you could keep on doing stuff with, but like I can't get into your reading. I can't get past if I can't like get past the first paragraph of the introduction. Like I can't get into it. Um I can't start the journey to yeah, I can't process the information.
All right. Well, I mean, this feedback is very
I mean, there's a
helpful.
lot of there's a lot of stuff like I'll
This
read the
feedback's really helpful because if you want to know from me, like I will intentionally not read any of the information at the beginning of a book that introduces an author because I don't want to bias myself, and then I'll read it at the end. So it's just like different, you know.
well, I mean, there's like an about who or a biography of the author, but it's in like an introduction.
I
Like
say fuck it. Let's just dive right in. Don't even read the first introductory paragraph of the first chapter of the book.
But
Just
you don't read.
I do read. I just don't read the same
You
way
never said
you
you
do.
don't read. I mean, I read books, really like almost a book a day. You like the like. I mean, I had a good education. I know what standard format is. Um, I don't have any books like Luke Ford's book is somewhat like non-standard format, but it's interviews. Like I read through it anyways, even though it wasn't standard. But I mean, even his stuff is almost unreadable. But I read it anyways. I was able to process it. Like I could process your writing, even though it's not good writing. But I mean, occasionally I'll get a book and like I can't even start it. Like or like online, I'll look at the first few pages and like I read a lot of bad writing that largely fails in the where are you taking me and why are you taking me there, and that doesn't upfront um, show consideration to the reader to answer this basic questions: who, what, why, and how. Like if you take me on a long journey, like I could read 1,000-page book, especially if it's very clear up front, um, the who, what, why, how, where are they taking me, why are they taking me there, who's taking me there. That I read long books all the time, but like I need that information up front in order to take the journey. You got to figure. I mean, if you want to make progress in your writing, you have to figure something out on that because I mean, especially the introduction. Like if you had a problem with your conclusions, it'd be different. But like you have a problem with the introduction, then it becomes almost impossible to even to look at your writing. Because like we get read your writing and like okay, like you have a week, like at least I would have read your writing and got to the conclusion before like oh man, like the didn't have a good conclusion. But if it has a bad introduction, most of the time you just like put it down. I can't read it because like the introduction is necessary to reading the body. If it doesn't have a good introduction, it becomes very difficult to read. Period.
Awesome. I think I'm getting closer. Sorry about the frustration.
I mean, try looking at it from the perspective of your reader. Think
I
like
can't relate to readers. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
so who, yeah, but so like, but who you? I mean
I'm
that
not writing for another person like me.
yeah. I mean, so if say if you're an abnormal person, so
Well, I
just
mean,
like
no one is normal in that sense, but you don't
I mean,
go out
just like a
looking to
little
read
basic
something. If you
consideration.
already know something, you don't go out to get a book and instructions on how to do it. Like, no one ever bought a book on how to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but there's like ergonomics. Like if you design a bathroom and you think, well, what's going to make it easiest to use? Like exit plans, like anything, it's especially construction, design of buildings, design of anything, where you're thinking the end user in mind, and you want to be considerate to the needs of the end user and have those in mind in the design. And if you have the purpose, why am I writing this? You know the purpose, and you want to achieve the purpose, and you want to make it as easy as possible for the reader to achieve that purpose by being considerate to them. And usually that is shown most in roadmaps and answering obvious questions that readers would want to know. And so that generally comes in strong structure, a good introduction,
Where
and
are we going and why are we going there?
yeah, and then if it's the longer it is, then you like regular signposts. Like I told you, it's similar to like what I said in the debate, like a recap and multiple points during the debate. To recap and give a roadmap of where you're about to go. So like this is where we're at and how we got here, and here's where we're going. So, I mean, besides the introduction, every paragraph, every section should have clear signals about where we're coming from and where we're going. And that's just basic consideration to the reader.
Awesome. So, what have we got coming up this week?
Um, yeah, maybe Map Talk tomorrow. I might have a guest. Um, Wednesday, another tour of my library. I'm going to do Hasidus and Kabbalah. So hopefully this week I'm going to do some like my more Hasidus and Kabbalah. And hopefully on Thursday I'm going to try to do another stream on Judaism. So I'm just going to do the tour of my library where I'm just like showing books. And hopefully Thursday I'm going to do a topical stream probably on Judaism, and also be kind of like book heavy, and I'll try to find some graphics to do like an overview of a topic, and hopefully that will be more conversational where I'll be able to you know to talk to my audience, and maybe you work on that.
So, what would that look like if you made improvements?
Um, well, I mean, the tour of my library is just like, okay, like now I'm going to show you these books, and then I do it, and I try to get like a little organization, and so if it was topical, I would plan out the stream, what I was going to do. I would try to organize a few graphics, an introduction, some graphics, some book reviews, some sort of logical structure for the topic, like history, main points, and then hopefully to pre-plan it enough that I would be able to be considerate to the viewer, and provide a logical structure where I explain what I'm going to do before I do it, and then then do it in a logical, organized fashion. And if I could provide graphics or some research, so I'll see. Hopefully I'll be able to do that. So if the need some inspiration, I might just do it. So it could also be like I won't have inspiration, I won't have the preparation, and then I'll just stream on Thursday and see how it goes. But hopefully I'll be able to like inspire some sort of preparation and plan to really give and also have like content that's good content long term, that like 5 years from now someone could look at something and be educational, worthwhile content. It's well organized.
You could always ask ChatGPT. I wonder if it would be able to help me write a narrative voice. It's been very helpful so far, so who knows? I'm just amazed at the amount of text it can generate. Have you tried? I guess you haven't even tried it, eh?
No, I'm not likely to try it. From what you've shown me of it, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I'm glad you're working with it, but uh, I don't think it has any use to me right now. Even if I was writing, like I think I can, because I read so much. I don't need the computer to generate text for me like that. Said like just on the stuff on Self, I have over like 15 pages of
You're not
notes
curious at all?
of how the computer would generate text on it. No, not really.
Getting an answer to a really specific question?
No, I'm not that curious how the computer would answer. God forbid, like like I don't know, like if I typed in like the history of the major ideas of the Self or something in a way that the computer would because I read
You
thousands of
probably have
pages.
to try it out in different ways. Like you could ask it a really, really general question, like give me a brief, maybe say some sort of a query, like what is the, you can check its database, like the degree of its database, like maybe a usage, a rate of usage, because I know Google does that,
Yeah, I mean,
historical rate of
I
usage.
prefer like exhaustive scholarship.
Okay, well, sure. Doesn't mean you can't use something to help you, but once you get that, you could sort of try to narrow it down to like per decade, maybe. Say what were the major writers in this topic, and then get the writers, and then maybe have the AI simulate a conversation between them.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really. I mean, the concept that you just to know the current state of technology interests me, but no, I don't. Doesn't have any personal interest. I don't see myself using that. But okay, so anything else?
Nope. Thanks for listening, and I'll try to make my writing better for next time.
Okay, well, I mean, saying that the main point for me is like the introduction, and because it's a hard time. I mean, you might practically be improving your writing, but like I can't if you don't have an introduction, I can't even. So I mean, it's very possible that you did a lot of things to improve your writing, but for me, like I need the introduction, and if you don't improve the introduction, then I can't really assess the rest of your writing because I can't process it without an introduction. So I'm not negating that you might have done a lot of things that improved your writing, but like for me, like if you don't have the introduction, I can't even process it. But
Okay.
okay, have a great week and happy Hanukkah, everybody.
Thanks for being on the show, and see you next time. So yeah, it's a bit tricky. It was a pretty complicated question earlier there. Thanks for joining, Anders. Anders asked, "Is it ethically correct to lie in order to protect someone else?" That's a toughie. Okay, because clearly, just there is definitely there does come a point where it's like using um you're using the fact that it's true as an excuse to kind of be an asshole. So it's just kind of sad, and you can't take someone at, if you can't take someone at their word, what's the point of, what difference does an intro make? That's sort of just something that I thought of just now. Intro doesn't make any difference. Um, if my thing had enough structure, there wouldn't need to be an intro. But once there's enough structure, the intro will be self-evident. So it's just not at the point where it has enough structure to have like a coherent narrative. But I think I'm like on the verge of that point now. So in the question about lying, there's no set answer because uh, language isn't presumed to convey meaning. So lying is sort of like, I don't want to say everyone who uses language is lying. It's just that a lie, like what's a lie? That's sort of down to, did you have the intention to deceive? Yeah, that's what sort of, the words is less important, not the sole factor, because obviously transmitting incorrect things, even if you don't know, still doesn't excuse it either. So it's, you know, very complicated question. So generally, it's like I don't even think you can. I don't think that question always means the same thing because, like, the way I look at it is it likely to diminish suffering or increase it? And usually, the diminishing suffering or not increasing suffering is kind of a less said the better. And if you're going to say something, to have it be as good as you can get it. But the reason you can't really like I don't know, so automate it down to just a simple sort of process is that not everyone's at that same level of realization. So I imagine trying to teach a cat calculus. Who's making the error there? It's obviously a huge exaggeration. But anyway, Anders, I'll just tell you a couple things I did with the chat GPT. And I know you asked if I thought it was better for your first one. First of all, I just signed up like not that long ago. So I don't know the difference. I can't tell the difference. I find even the non chat GPT, just like the standard free one. Hey, Tinkle. Just like the standard free one is pretty damn good. I didn't even realize how good it was because I hadn't tried it out at all. I don't know why. I just, I think I sort of spent more time on the images. And it was fun. And yeah, what I've got up right now was the most common prompts for the AI. And so I was thinking, there's something just attractive about all these terms. And I guess what is the commonality is something like aesthetic. Maybe not exactly. I don't like the subtext of the word aesthetic that like alludes to the notion of being superficial. I like the term as a descriptor though, because how else am I gonna what's my like shorthand for how something looks? What am I just gonna keep? Hey Tinkle, I find it very funny that you want to ask questions like that. That after all this time you'd understand stuff about ranges of knowability here. But we have to admit certain things, the self-powered engine is the most reliable one. So just to wrap up this, should we lie, blah, blah, blah. What you should do is not have regrets to whatever extent is possible. And that's not a quick and it's not a quick formula you can just whittle down to a single term. Like not having regrets is what it means to different people. For like there's a process of appreciating the value of it and then internalizing that teaching and so on and so forth. So it's not anyone's job to force people into like quote virtue. Like that's not really, it's kind of dishonest. It's like even if you've got a great result, the kind of tricked into it, there's always the risk of it's like it was so good, but then it was built on this shaky foundation. So anyway, I'm just reading some of these comments and going around with all these new ideas that I got from the AI, which I thought was so interesting. I was able to get it to put a list of most. Yeah, I think I already said that, but yeah, I'm still really sort of cool about that. My next step with this list is going to be to determine two approximately perpendicular property axes, so possibly three, to try to map out and encompass all the different. Basically, trying to see if we can get closer to property relational, something like a basis vector, but it's little more than it's a little more like an eigenvector. So not quite, but sort of a metaphor. Daryl says Doovid's being extremist right now. I think he's just like annoyed that I'm not doing an introduction. And I'm just like, I don't want to make the introduction because I know that the center of it's going to be terrible. So why did you introduce something terrible? And I'm sort of just looking for a way to make it slightly less terrible. But I definitely feel like the AI has helped me so far. So That's hopefully counts for something. The AI, I had it review this pretty straightforward definitional proof. And it said it seems to be valid in terms of its logical structure. The proof could be improved, more explanation or justification for the premises. Why is it claimed that observation is interference? Why is it assumed that interference is modification of the boundary? And so language could be more precise. And apparently it's not clear or rigorous enough. So would I accept these criticisms? Um, in a way, I still like this version of it because it's really short and kind of think like no matter I can give those explanations, but it may not actually clarify much, but maybe giving the explanations clarifies that fact that it doesn't clarify that much. And what actually clarifies it is understanding what each step of the proof actually means and going with that. So yeah, I'm sorry, I still haven't answered whether it's ethically correct to lie in order to protect someone else. Like you're making an estimation based on not having regrets, based on espousing your principles as much as possible. And your principles is something that you know in relation to yourself. And no one can tell you what those are. You have to discover them through practice. So there's always practice. Andrew says ahimsa means nonviolence. So that means always be peaceful. And that's my current guess. Yeah. It's great to be peaceful, but that would not always work. So, in a sense, keeping peaceful state of a peaceful internal state is good, but it's not the only thing. Like if you're feeling awesome and everyone around you is feeling terrible, does that really make any sense? Like, not really for me. There's definitely a limit. If everyone is in a terrible spot, I suppose I could like do something to induce a state of analgesic, mental sort of therapeutic state. But in terms of my overall satisfaction with life, yeah, that's partially gonna, or to a great extent, depend on other people. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards. So Anders says the one tricky answer is that everything that has happened in the past is the correct action, but the past can't be used for completely predicting future actions. Okay, well think about it like this: like the past, there's a limit to how much the past can predict about the future because of evolution. Okay, so what, not evolution in the animal's biological sense, evolution in the sense of like how language evolves. So language is too complex to model, but you can model it in various ways, which will give you a partial answer. So the appropriate model for language changes as a function of language. So obviously what predicts the future is the right interpretation of the present, and what's and the right interpretation of the present is a balance between the past and the present in terms of relevant perspectives and practical knowledge and so forth. So you can just push back on everything is right. That means that there's never been any opportunity for things to have been better ever. That means we've always known the exact same amount. Stupid. That would be really hilarious if I had a book where I was like, hey, it's my introduction. I'm a person who enjoys, deep dish pizza and not pissing off my friend who's been helping me write some stuff about consciousness. And I could say like if nothing else, I hope that this aids your transition to the state of unconsciousness, as in like a cell phone, as in, ooh, this is gonna be so boring that you're gonna be snoozing. The ordinary person is always doing things and leave many things undone. Yeah, that's because, like, people get, like, weirded out, because, enlightenment, that sounds scary. It's like, it probably does sound scary to you. I get that, but, like, carrying around an ego is incredibly heavy. So, um, I know pain and suffering are not the same. Like, pain is horrible. Um, so yeah, you have to build up a resilience through overcoming suffering and so forth. And then the pain of things that happen through doing all the helping that is high is not as big of a deal due to the resilience. So that's really what it comes down to in that quote there, which I like. And that's why it's important not to rush, because the whole I'm going to get enlightened and not reincarnate gambit, that's not a thing. My current guess is that no strategy can be used for ethics. Yes, I sort of hesitate to comment on this, but basically, I think if you talk to someone the way you'd want to talk to yourself if you were at their level of attainment, because to just talk to someone like as if it's yourself, that's, as Doovid said, selfish. But to talk to someone as if it was you, but with that different experience. So relating basically as much as possible. And to as much, realistically, like, not to make an excuse, but there is a limit to how much difference an individual civilian can make, because at a certain point, it, how far can you go? It's not necessarily within their capacity to change social norms in a significant way. It's because their commitments, like conventional commitments, or limit that. But okay, so morality is a spiritual thing, I guess. So material stuff correlates with it in some cases, like obviously, pretty much like vast majority, if not all systems, like murder or something like that. Kind of see why it's undesirable, if not just flat out bad. So it's still material, but most stuff is bad because fundamentally it's underscored by a bad intention. And how people behave is somewhat connected to intention, but you know, it is sort of a matter of like treat the person the way you'd want to be treated if you were them. And then hopefully sort of sets the question up to have a humility and realize, like, I have no idea what this other person's gone through. I really don't. And the fact that we can have a little combo, that's a good start, but it's not much. So the short form, I think, is just it's down to intention. And at a certain point, you're making waves, and that can be a good thing, but it can also be disruptive. So there's a balance, and that comes from having the right vision, guidance, stability, which again is down to practice. So the point being that you can always get better. If you don't try to get better, you'll get slowly kind of, and there's no one way to keep getting better, and getting better definitely has a feeling. It's like, I'm sure we've all done stuff to people we regret, and asshole density hopefully goes down. Often ChatGPT gives an incomplete answer, and then when asked about it, it changes it to a complete answer. Pretty amazing. Yeah, I didn't talk about this because Doowovid was being such a buzzkill, but like, oh my god, um, it is scarily adaptive. It is ridiculously adaptive. Like it was, I queried it with something just like totally novel at the beginning of a thread, and then by the end of the thread, it was answering me with my own answers. So I think, um, I mean, probably this can be done. I just haven't figured out how to do it. But like switching, it would be awesome to have some ability to do domain adaptive models because, like, I think I kind of get how it works, but so far, the only domain that it's told me and I've asked it like that it can adapt to is just the given thread. Now I'm not 100% sure if that's true. I'm confirmed by back checking with some particular prompts, but we'll see. It's kind of like pretty much what I said before. Like imagine that imagine things from an information perspective. That everything is just in this universe of information and some information it's possible to map all of the information, like the critical points of information, to one region, and then it's possible to put that like information into the shape, quote unquote, of it's not a speaker like at my old job it was a speaker. Like I'm just basically explaining the tech for my old job here, but like it's like modeling a speaker. That's how they would talk about it and say, well, it's not an actual speaker. It's the out of all the speakers that we train, what is something that it's an abstraction that has to do that encompasses the information that is designed to like emulate quote the average speaker, and then you could just use that with no training at all and it would give you a number, and then that would be in proportion, I'm very much simplifying here, but it would be in proportion to some type of indication of a match. Okay. So this is very similar to that, except that what's going in isn't a voice file and what's coming out isn't a number. What's going in is a text prompt, and what's coming out is some more text. So the question is like, how is it parsing the text in order to derive that much information from it? And it's because it has a universal background model of some kind. Now, note this is just a model itself. I don't really care if it turns out that I made some mistake on the implementational level of the machine. We're talking about how the logic of the machine functions, not on the level of microcomputing, but like effective computing. These things are ultra fast. Okay, so metaphor. I mean, not to point fingers, but I am kind of thinking about Daryl here. So anyway, it's been a lot of fun to just, I don't want to say poke it, but to sort of learn indirectly how it learns. But anyway, we could start. This is how I think it works. So you have the average, it's a composite between, um, okay, it's an abstraction that encompasses something to the effect of style, but it's not quite style because there's information connected into it. That's why I don't really think you could say there's like the average writer because it's more just like a universal background model of all the information that goes into writing. And so you could say, well, that's partly personality of the author and it's partly da 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 da. Da, but like what is it really fundamentally is something to do with what is implied and by whatever assertions are made, what assertions imply the assertions that got made, and then having basically brute forcing all the possible combos, and then out of those possible combos evaluating against a previously determined like coherence coefficient of some kind. So some sort of thing that extracts an abstract meaning from the question, ranks all the possible interpretation meanings, or whatever you're going to call it, based on some filter, and then plops it in front of you. And then, so that's sort of what it's doing. And then from there, you can change parameters about certain aspects of your background model. And there's a different word for that. It's like, I forget anyway, local model or something. But the good thing about a local model is that you could have several. And it would be fun to be able to change the filter size on those. Because at this point, I feel like I'm fairly limited. But if I could just, cram pimpage, so to speak, informationally speaking, into some of the stuff to like train it on, like, I guess what I'm asking is like, can you domain adapt on the granularity of, or on the whatever resolution, excuse me, can you domain adapt on the resolution of an author? Because I've definitely like checked out sort of its, sue me, I do like to look for some comedy gold in there. Like, I just checked it out. It's pretty, what can you say? Entertaining to say the least. Warren says it's good. Doovid's pushing you. It'll all work out. One day your intro will hit you in the middle of the night once you think deeply about it. Meditate on your intro. But to lie or not to lie, my new idea is that it's impossible to know beforehand. The only thing you can be really in touch with beforehand is your intention. Okay, so if you say the wrong thing and your intention was good, less regret. And then it's also a lot easier for people to kind of get over it. But if you say the right thing and your intention was bad, then that's not great. But I mean, it's not the worst thing to happen. It would make you a little insecure. So maybe just don't think of lying as a matter of facts. The facts do matter, but the determining factor is the intention. Get right with your intention and realize that you can't always act on your intention. Well, but the truth is that in most cases, acting on your intention is not a good idea. So it's a balance of enough action that there's no regret, so you get to right action. But overdoing it, not good. But again, the things we regret are the things we didn't do. So tech is always just about pointing accountability in the good direction and always growing into your current bottleneck. That's a good way to look at it. Like, there's always bottleneck in your practice, but it's not always the same thing. So the focus ought to shift to the bottleneck as the practice evolves. So to be a good person, you don't want to presuppose that you're a good person. You just want to contemplate on what it means to be good. And just keep going on that. And don't draw conclusions about yourself, because there's no, like, who's the self that's doing good? That's ultimately nonsensical. I know it seems like it couldn't possibly be the case, but from my perspective, it's just, if you want to do good, the ego is just a way to hold you back from that good. But I know letting go of clinging to the ego can be really scary and hard, so I wouldn't want to try to guilt people into doing that, because I prefer the abundance approach, and I think that's a lot more sustainable. So I think it's easy to get really neurotic when, like, it's hard to get right with yourself when you're forced to do something that you consider to be lying. But is it lying to tell yourself that language can convey the level of meaning that you expect it to. Not saying language is nothing, and just saying it's not sufficient. It's necessary in most cases, and obviously not all, but necessary, but arguably not sufficient. Anyway, Hunter says that Elon Musk tweeted a white rabbit. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Um, all the past action are perfect, can't be improved. I think that's the way of the Tao. Okay, well, that's sure. That's kind of similar to something like everything's consciousness. Okay, so everything's perfected in the sense that it's all consciousness. Fine, yeah, cool. And what is the implication of that exactly now? That nothing is worth doing? It's sort of like cool, but like the most important thing is what's the result? So I find that is a very very beautiful way to look at it in a way. I don't really super much relate to it. I more like to marvel of I like to just marvel at knowledge. Like seriously. So thinking about how perfect the past was, well, maybe I'll be thinking about like some awesome piece of knowledge from the past and in the future also and loving that. But um yeah, I don't really I think there's something to be said for stuff speaking to you. So far be it for me to um impede your enjoyment of various scriptures. Like I think they sort of have a temporary use scripture. Like you have one thing, you think about it for a while, you get some insights, and then you kind of move on to something else. And then you get another thing, da da da, sort of same process. And then maybe it's a little different though, because obviously it's going to evolve with how much you're how much experience you have. So you can take this example here. What does this mean? And how does this diagram work? It's a way to understand emergence. So that's like when everything's happening at once, we still want to model things as though it was happening causally. And that helps us to control the outcome as much as possible. So there is like an intrinsic motion in matter. So the witness consciousness sort of on the along those lines, obviously not identical, but in terms of how subjectivity comes about, which is the regular experience of whatever it is that's believes that it's listening to this show right now. That's subjectivity. So there's no tricks with these definitions. It's just really trying to be as clear as possible. We're subject. We have some concepts. Now, we're not making a jump to like, I can list the concepts. No. Okay. The term concept, that's a shorthand. We don't have rational access to the concepts. We may have a rational, accurate, even predictive description of the informational content of the concepts, but concepts remains something that is necessarily pre-subjective, and subjectivity is necessarily like rationality is a subset of subjectivity. So like rationality can't access all the information about subjectivity, and therefore it cannot access what's even more fundamental than subjectivity. And then under that, you have beliefs. So this is probably the most important distinction for the beginner, because there's gripping in the beliefs The beliefs have a structure, an action, not quite structure, but structure is connected to action a little bit. Beliefs really have an impetus of gripping, whereas the concepts more so embody structure. And neither of those is perfectly accurate, but once you get in the practice, you can have such high resolution consciousness that it slows down your experience of time, that you can feel your beliefs access concepts as it's generating your subjectivity. So it's pretty awesome. What the hell does this have to do with anything? I'm getting to that, I swear. So this was back to the comment about everything's perfect already. Well, we don't want to deny stuff like that, because if someone needs to pick me up in a way, like if sometimes I dip into scripture if I'm having a sad day. I don't want someone shitting on the fact that I dipped into scripture and I needed the old, attaboy type. Fine. So the next diagram that I've got here is, notice how it's very similar to the first one, except that all the stuff's been erased. And so it's just witness consciousness. So that's kind of the equivalent of the past is perfect. It's like, okay, everything is consciousness. Okay. And remind me of the Doovidism of Mayavadi. So I mean, obviously doesn't apply to me or anything, but it is a valid criticism in some cases. So it's the nice thing with non-dualism is that, you know, they're both true. It's just they have a different utility. So clearly, the one where you identify with everything, it's down to being able to abstract all the relevant information from structure. So there's no more need to have the informational association, the belief, whatever belief matrix of having stuff like subjectivity, concepts, beliefs, blah, blah. Okay, well, what does that mean? It doesn't mean what you think, I imagine the person with no experience thinks that it means that you're going to go on as some kind of an automaton. But what irony with that is that the automaton behavior is actually for the non-initiate. I mean, I'm sure everyone says that, but even initiates, in our understanding, are sometimes going to fall into like more automatic behavior. Even I do it sometimes. Like I have a lot of challenges, and I'm not always perfect and 100% in everything, but I have what is it, goals. So there you go. So I hope that makes a distinction. Like if I was like struggling really hard and I wanted help and someone just showed me this, it's a bit patronizing. It sort of depends on the person, but it's like it's good to have both. The Mahayavadi thing is true, because what it basically reduces down to is like start with non-dualism, and after non-dualism for like vast majority of stuff is going to be some type of monism, some type of like domain, defining a domain. Okay, physics. That's monism. That's saying, okay, we got physics here, and we're gonna constrain it to just the circle of physics, and everything else non-physics. Not going to focus on that. Okay, but that's like just a model, right? But trivializing stuff, just and explaining that stuff's cliches and on and so forth. Like, organizing information only gets you so far. You got to go to a certain point to like know who you are in the information, and then start developing your discernment with regards to how you use it. That's one of the things I like to think of myself as doing here, is encouraging people to don't be afraid of failing, but start to work up your strengths, including imagination and discernment. Most importantly, discernment, to become a better thinker. I have to catch the reader's attention from the beginning. A nice shocker. I'm still at the point of just trying to get the ideas to make sense, but I appreciate that, and I will, take under consideration. Under says my view is that those experts are all wrong. The way they talk about trans rational awareness and spirituality, it's just a bunch of bloviations. That's what people want to do. It's like it's really nothing new. Could say, well, it's better than sports betting. I don't know. Not even intention is possible to be known beforehand, except canned intentions, but that's clunky and rigid and can't deal with totality of reality. Bruce Lee said, empty your mind, be water. Okay, yeah, but um that doesn't really apply here because I've got the knowledge. So becoming like water, that's to get some knowledge or to do something. So I've already, I mean, if I was gonna become like water, it would be like to like get inside someone's head, to read their mind, to understand their intentions. And I just like, I don't want to do that. So really what I need to do is just keep going with what I'm doing and build up a solid basis of skill, which I feel like I'm right on the way to doing that. So I am really impressed with how well ChatGPT works. So I'm just sounding incredibly like this at this point. I don't know how long it was going to take me to break down. Tinkle, what's the significance of water? Fluid is the significance of water. So go back. I mean, we talked about this quite a while ago, but I'm happy to go into it again. I haven't talked about fluids too much because I tend to just focus it on the mentalist concepts right now. And so the aversion people have to ether, it's just out of practicality, out of habit. I just don't talk about it, even if I could. Um, which like my skills are adapted to quantum more so than random like ether, which possibly likely has different interpretations between schools. But anyway, to talk about water is the same category of as talk about ether, but nevertheless, it's important to be able to mention it, and because we're ultimately talking about a system where all the information is pre-relational and therefore pre-properties. But that doesn't mean that properties don't happen; they just arise dependently with that which distinguishes them from that which has no properties. So, like abstractions on a potential which, cannot be named, and so forth. So, the significance of water traditionally is that it embodies what it's like when you can see stuff, when your vision is particular vision is unlocked. You can see how stuff happens, and it's actually pretty complicated and how it works. And it's not something you can, it's like, I'm going to say like Dr. Seuss, you can't bring your words there. It's really not fair. But yeah, it has fluid properties. So the thing that like it looks like a simulation, and the thing that simulates it has properties of what they call a superfluid. So I don't know if I can give a better description than that, but entanglement is where it starts. And then movement of energy very slightly, like I don't want to say breaks the entanglement because that makes it sound like there's a discontinuity. No, it's just like a tiny pushback on the enlightenment. So the fluid is what happens within entanglement, which is the movement of light as a response to that mini, what I think they call probably perturbation historically. Possibly a different name, but just think of it as basic, change. Fluids, for whatever reason, are good to model stuff. So if you want to look this up, look up superfluid, and just basically the fact that we're made of water might just come down to something that simple as a necessary condition for coherence vis-a-vis the water. Like, think of the water in the body as somehow creating a lens, which is complicated lens to generate a hologram, which is the thing that creates the consciousness. So there's a lot of reasons why water is important, but I don't worry about it too much if I were you, unless it really speaks to you. They act with bigger strategies to remain in power. Yeah, I don't know. The least action principle says that the grand plan is like less likely than the careening down a, you know, mountain face, so to speak. So we'll see. The future is more evolved and advanced than the past. That's why society's more civilized today than 1,000 years ago. So, what was correct action in the past isn't necessarily correct now. Well, the social conventions are different, the people are different. Obviously, chairs still exist. So, it's not like it's so different. So, that's sort of where the nuance is necessary. It's like, no, they still had chairs back then. They probably had chairs for like all of the civilization. But you know, the word consciousness, it didn't always mean the same thing. And that's what evolves is the eigenstate of language. So the best way to explain consciousness is a function of time because there's an evolution in language that isn't so extreme that it's capable of altering the information associated with stuff like chairs, but like not everything in language is analogous to a chair, despite what some people love to think. So there's sometimes where it's just changing in a subtle way. All right, so let me see if I can find this. Here we go. This is what I was sort of scrolling around looking for about the fluid. And this is not me, and an artist's rendition of some kind. I'm not saying you could see these kinds of things in meditation. 'Cause it's not really seeing, because it's not really possible to like, describe what it's like to perceive, quote unquote, with the quote third eye or whatever. But the things that you get through the direct experience of the subtler realms, the vibe of it, some aspect of the vibe of it, and some aspect of the vibe of this picture is like kind of reminiscent. So I don't know if this says fluid to you, but like the fact that it's all one building, it's all like you could imagine that it's just that central thing is just one big singular, marble carving. And so the marble would be moving, but it would have infinite motion. And that's what the superfluid is. It's a great model for infinite motion. And infinite motion is a pretty good way to describe uh, the temperature level of systems in advance of observation to some extent, obviously. Future's more evolved and advanced than the past. In some ways, yes, in some ways, no. Like, you can think of knowledge as being like the laws of physics, they don't change. The best way to describe civilization, best way to describe language, best way, and therefore the best way to predict the immediate future, that evolves. So that's where the difference is. So the sense in which physics evolves is just what terms are the best way to refer to these concepts that don't change. So I don't think it's good to commit to either aesthetic, this like infinite nostalgia. Like, I definitely prefer the nostalgia vibe to like the infinite progress. The best days are ahead of us and the future is horrible. But there's a limit, right? Like, living in anywhere but the present is generally not recommended, especially for the beginner, as you progress, you can render future, present, past equally clearly just as like quote objects of information or knowledge, but that takes a little while practice. So I would say first pass of understanding civilization and stuff is that the age of the planet does, I don't want to say, I hate to say T Jump is right, but in this case, it's not that it makes it a law in the sense we should let it go and just do its thing, but there is a drive towards higher levels of consciousness. Now, whether that consciousness and why is there higher consciousness? Because consciousness creates the act, which rearranges the system, which minimizes the effect of the incoming sun, which is necessarily bound to the system because of the atmosphere, right? So that's necessarily always going up gradually. It's taken us 4 point whatever billion years to get to this point. So I mean, it's impressive. It's a lot, but like, no one's got a helicopter growing out of their head or anything. So I just think of it as like a very slowly going up curve that on the scale of one lifetime, it's flat. Think about it. It's been going up. It's at the point that it's at 4 point whatever billion years, and we're still doing pretty shit. We're the apex predator, and we're still pretty bad. So we've got a long ways to go. There have been advances, but God, dang, we really have a lot further to go. So the level on which I think it's meaningful is wherever we are relative to kind of like where we could be, and that as an absolute proportion of how progressed we are towards higher, like meaningful conscious relative to diminishing suffering, that changes with time. So civilization can get really close to its potential or farther, and then it kind of seesaws. And there's patterns in there, but they're just general patterns. I can see the limitations of the human intellect better now than I did in the past. So that's wonderful. The hardest part, honestly, is before you've had any result, because it's like all the insecurities possible, huh, plus zero confidence of actually experiencing and being like, yo, I did this. I had a bit of success. I feel moderately good. Once you have even just a mini amount of success, it's so good. Because by like, you know, everything's related to consciousness. You treat it on the level of the consciousness, you get a bigger benefit. So yeah, when you actually do get that, when it does work, which it does take a while, it's awesome. And you see those limitations that you had before and realize like how far you've come and also how much farther you can go and how it can be a forever journey. Because limitations of the human intellect, it's like, yeah. And just keep going in that direction. Push the limitations. And eventually you can identify with knowledge rather than beliefs that cause suffering. I guess I'm a little behind on these comments, but one of them was referring to this meme because it really does help me a lot to be able to go over these. And yeah, my thinking with this was like, I suppose you could do the diagram in a slightly different way where the subjectivity is on the inside, the witness consciousness would be on the outside, and then beliefs and then concepts, and then subjectivity would be like the smallest of the Russian dolls in this metaphor. So there's two ways to look at it, and they're causal approximations. So this would be the linear causal approximation, even though that's not really a thing. And whenever you see a straight line in my system, it's like necessarily a model, and they're all models, but some models are less models than others. But anyway, the straight line for time is necessarily some type of a model which changes the naturally arising thing. So subjectivity would be the thing in which rationality takes place. So subjectivity is the ground of rationality, meaning that every agent capable of reason has subjectivity. So subjectivity as a necessary condition for reason, but not all subjects would have reason. And in fact, you could use this definition so that a subject, what I really like about this is that a subject doesn't actually have to be alive. So it's possible to use this, even though it applies for living, it was designed for living, so obviously talking about beliefs and so forth, but technically, a subject doesn't actually have to be alive. Brave New World by Huxley was pre-programming. Who knows? What's that's possible, but it's also possible that actually I don't know. That seems to be the best explanation. The other one would be like it was picked afterwards in comparison with a bunch of other possible writing, but I suppose that could be true too. So, oh my gosh, there's a bunch of comments here. Whoa, here we go. Okay, my thing's always like jumping around. Okay. All right. Why can I not find where I was? Okay. So anyway, I don't know if this is the perfect model to use yet. I'm still working with it and we will see how it goes. But so far, I think it's a good approach because I've got it all boils down to just 4 concepts, and everything else is able to be reduced to those concepts. Like even with this model, you could reduce the beliefs, the concepts, and the subjectivity just to one thing. One has to take a big cosmic perspective because, for example, saying that all the Putin's action have been perfect can easily be misunderstood. Well, that's the whole thing, that the sense in which the Mayavadi truth is true is the sense in which it doesn't give any information. Thank you, Tinkle, for the compliment. Andrew says they've started to doubt Leo Gura, but he has some great ideas, such as true false being different than truth. I think that's brilliant, where truth is what is and true false is a duality perspective. Well, uh, too much confidence in people like that, that's a personal failing, possibly failing also on their end. So I don't know. They definitely didn't seem that into it, more into like the image of it. So it's kind of hard to know what the balance is there. Like I think on the balance, probably doing more good than harm. And the harm would probably start when people would like think that he was able to do more than was realistic, but hopefully he's representing his own abilities accurately. There's like a rational level and a trans-rational level. One cannot point to the trans-ration from the rational, so the Tao that can be described is not the true Tao. Yeah. So you can get in touch with the true, quote unquote, Tao or whatever, like the true, I don't want to say substance, but the thing, the non-dualistic essence. Yeah, you can be in touch with that on the level of experience, right? So coming back to on the level of, yeah, dude, it's all one. Bro. And then that can be made into this super bright light. And it's like, and heat up the kludgy ego is kind of stuck and dark, and ooh, heat that up and crystallize realizations into the rational. So it's not like we're talking about this stuff for nothing. It's like, no, it's well-tested technique. What's being called trans-rational here is a thing. Um, there's a lot of ways that you can get to it, a lot of ways you can't get to it. Might as well just see what's been said and have a think. Daryl says air is a fluid as well. Yes. Um, and now you're into some like Zen shit. But anyway, I'll grant you that. Whatever you want to call it, it's all good. You must be shapeless, formless, like water. When you pour water in a cup, it becomes the cup. When you pour water in a bottle, it becomes the bottle. Yeah. That's the concept of being adaptable. And there's a certain vibe, a certain coolness to that. So that's the stage when you're working to stop grasping your ego. That's the point where you're like sold that the ego is the source of the suffering, and you're on a path of stopping grasping it, and it's all good. So that's when you want to be, because if you're formless, because gripping is a form, it's an action, but okay, gripping's mostly an action, but it also has kind of structure, form type thing. So formless, by being formless, by having energy in the awareness of not gripping, it's kind of like formless because you're not indulging the grip. Sure, that's great. But obviously, that in and of itself is insufficient to, like, this is very general. But then if you wanted to, like, go past that, well, you might need to implement it. So to take this abstraction and to fit it into a form, aka a model. So we're talking about a spiritual practice. We're talking about more like waxing poetically about getting people in a state of mind to, through their practice, access the shapeless, formless stuff. And it's sort of like realization that, oh, it's got to be indirect and create an image and blah, blah, blah. So it's mostly going to be poetic. I get all that. I'm not doing that because I'm doing physics, and I enjoy the arty type stuff, but it's fundamentally serious endeavor. So I'm probably not going to go lean too heavy on the poem stuff. Tinkle wants to know if Bruce Lee was a shapeshifter. Well, that depends. Do you want to define shapeshifters so that humans can be them? I asked ChatGPT, says Anders, about a fourth state of water. Water or matter? Typical mainstream answer. You can get it. You can try to see if it can entertain different perspectives. I've definitely got success, like prompting it with opinions as to particular definitions. I was able to get it to admit that the my reasoning behind why every logic begs its own conclusion was, I mean, it didn't go as far as agreeing with me, but it definitely conceded my point. So Daryl says superfluid is frictionless motion. Yeah, that's right. So the concept of frictionless motion is super important in these systems because you've got something that is then some type of instrument that causes something like friction is imposed on superfluid, and that literally describes like everything, and it can be really useful when you know how to wield it. So hopefully that's where my writing will eventually be when I figure out what the heck I'm saying, which hopefully will be soon. Superfluid is fascinating. I wonder if physicists really know how it works. I heard that even magnetism isn't understood today how it works. Well, there's, you know, been a focus on tech, so the theoretical aspect tends to be neglected when there's a bunch of effort going into any one domain. So, excuse me, yeah, that is how it can go. But in a way, that's a blessing because it gives us something to work on, which is great. I couldn't ask for anything better. A great opportunity to teach about consciousness in an era where my bad writing can be overcome through super intelligent AI called ChatGPT. Woohoo! Our human society is still a mess, but evolution seems exponential. I think it's pretty much like flat and then occasionally jumps, but that's like so rare that it's not even worth thinking about. And that in the meantime, it's just sort of slow progress. But if you get a better state of mind, that makes a big difference for you. That's enough, isn't it? AI and robots don't evolve. Daryl, come on. You ever heard of an adaptive algorithm? Quantum mechanics is a belief and 2 plus 2 equals 4 is knowledge. Well, let's sort of think about what definition of knowledge is the most conducive to the thing that we all want, which is a better tomorrow. So, yeah, thanks everyone for